Hola, buena tarde. Hola, buenas tardes. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Michaels, and I'm the IEN Senior Fellow for American Foreign Policy and International Security at IBEI. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this workshop on next Tuesday's elections and the implications for the future of U.S. foreign policy. This event is being made possible thanks to the generous financial support provided by the Institute of North American Studies in Barcelona. And in addition to focusing on elections, today's event is also intended to mark the official launch of a new collaboration between IBEI and the Institute of North American Studies to establish in Barcelona a center of expertise in the field of U.S. foreign policy studies. As part of this initiative, we are now running a master's level course at IBEI on American foreign policy, and we'll periodically be running more events similar to today's workshop. For example, next spring, we plan to run another workshop to mark the first 100 days in office of the next administration. I hope many of you who are here today will join us for that event as well. At the moment and for the foreseeable future, all the events associated with this program will be held online. This is both a blessing and a curse. On the one hand, it's a great shame that I can't invite, for instance, the speakers today to the amazing city of Barcelona, which I recently moved to and immediately fell in love with. On the other hand, the fact that we've been obliged to run this event online has also proved a blessing because we've been able to reach out to a much wider audience from quite literally all over the world. I must say how impressed I am by this great turnout. Nevertheless, I do very much look forward to running events in person at some point next year, at least as soon as circumstances permit. About a month ago, when I was asked to organize a workshop on the U.S. elections, I was given essentially free rein to choose the topics, and I settled on three that I think are absolutely central to gaining a good understanding of the foreign policy implications, what we can look forward to after the 3rd of November. I chose the topic of continuity versus change for the first panel because when we try to conceptualize what a second Trump term might entail, or what a Biden administration might be able to achieve, we really need to understand the broader context, especially the historical context of what it means, what dynamics need to be accounted for when a new administration comes into office, or if the existing administration returns to office. Regardless of the policy agenda, how much change versus continuity might we expect? Also, how soon might we expect it? That, of course, leads to the topic of the second panel, which deals with the foreign policy agendas of Trump and Biden. If Trump is reelected, should we expect more of the same, a repeat of the last 4 years in terms of style and substance? Or should we expect something different? Will it be more radical or less? And if Biden becomes president, what will his foreign policy priorities consist of? To what extent will we see something that looks considerably different, at least in terms of substance, from what we have at the moment? I might also highlight here the need to distinguish between what is said before the election and the prospects for the agenda to shift after election. And finally, how will other countries, especially in Europe, react to Trump versus a Biden presidency? What will this mean for how they interact with the U.S. in the future? How will their outlook and policy priorities shift? What might this mean, for example, for the future of the EU and NATO? So quite a lot of ground to cover, but I think over the course of this afternoon and evening, we'll all emerge much more informed about what the future will likely hold, regardless of what transpires next Tuesday. But there was actually some discussion about whether the best time to hold this event was immediately after the election rather than before it. I was reluctant to do so because on the one hand, I would have had pretty much no idea of who the winner was going to be beforehand, so it was a bit difficult to organize. But perhaps more importantly, we simply should not assume that when we wake up on the 4th of November, we'll know who won. And I'm not even sure I want to speculate how long it will take for the loser, whoever it will be, will actually concede. In addition to running workshops, one of the most visible activities of our new program at IBEI will be an online seminar series where we'll invite established scholars and PhD students working on contemporary U.S. foreign policy topics, as well as historical topics, to share their research with us. And we'll also hope from time to time to invite some policymakers to speak as well. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll be releasing the seminar series program for the year ahead. So I very much hope that those of you who are interested in the topic will become regular attendees. In a few minutes, you'll be hearing more about our new initiative at IBEI in the field of U.S. foreign policy studies from the IBEI president, Narcís Serra, as well as the president of the North American Studies Institute, Juan. But first, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Robert Riley, the U.S. Consul General in Barcelona, who has kindly agreed to say a few words to kick off today's session. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our three speakers on this panel, examining the presidency and the elections, continuity versus change. Our first speaker is Patrick Porter. He's professor of international security and strategy at the University of Birmingham. He's also senior associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute in London, and a fellow of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. And I believe you also recently became affiliated with RAND Europe as well. Next, we have Andrew Preston, who's professor of American history at Clare College, Cambridge. And perhaps more importantly, he was recently elected as president of the Society for the Historians of American Foreign Relations, or SHAFR. For those of you who are interested in American diplomatic history, I cannot recommend SHAFR highly enough. There are two journals, Diplomatic History and Passport. And finally, Joshua Shifrinson, who's assistant professor of international relations at Boston University, and without doubt one of the rapidly rising stars in the field of international relations, especially when it comes to the relationship between rising and declining powers. So Patrick, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you very much to the Institute and to fellow panelists and to the millions worldwide tuning in. I want to talk about a dog that has hardly barked in this most turbulent of election campaigns. I begin with a headline from Wall Street Journal. Here it is: US troops to be in Afghanistan at least until spring. That's from the 21st of December, 2001. You would have thought, wouldn't you, that even pricing in the usual reluctance or the usual marginality of foreign policy discussion in election campaigns, the fact that they don't usually talk much about foreign policy, you would have thought even regarding that and even pricing in the impact of the plague and everything else, there would have been some scope to mention the word Afghanistan in the presidential debates. It is America's longest war. It's been grinding since the beginning of almost this century. And America continues to suffer casualties, and yet it's been strangely undiscussed. And more broadly, America's combats in the Middle East are mostly undiscussed in this campaign. And as Kelly Vlahos so rightly said of the Quincy Institute, when foreign policy has come up between Biden and Trump, it's mostly been a highly personalized spat about mutual claims of corruption, fecklessness, character flaws. And whereas Trump offers a vague promise to make America great again, Biden retorts with an equally vague promise to restore America's soul. So there's really not much nutrition. And this is all the more concerning because the entourage around Biden and Trump that does talk about ending hostilities, it's clear what they're really offering to do is to only end them, quote, responsibly or on America's terms. Now, in Afghanistan, that may mean not ending it at all, hanging around and waiting for terms that are favorable, that will meet the cooperation of both Kabul and the Taliban and everyone else, could be a mirage. And in fact, the US is now assisting the Taliban in Afghanistan with airstrikes against ISIL. So I want to just focus in on why it is this silence and how dangerous that is. Firstly, I think actually there's a broader long-term development here in warfare, modern warfare itself. Quite simply, that the majority of Western casualties now suffered are non-fatal. at least not immediately on the battlefield. There has been a shift in the ratio between fatal and non-fatal casualties because of the political and technological revolutions like Medivac. But we do still need to think in terms of body bags. A way of thinking about war is still quite ancient in that respect. Compare this to the election in 2004, where John Kerry repeatedly hammered George Bush, the president, for the number of dead, a rising number of monthly and weekly casualties in Iraq at the time, of body bags coming home. But I think it also reflects something that's going on in Washington, which is the abiding strength of what you might call the elite consensus, the foreign policy establishment, the blob. The unwillingness ultimately of Trump, the bomb-throwing demagogue, to challenge them when they resist. In fact, if you read the new book by Bob Woodward, he mentions Trump mentions what it's like being in the Oval Office, being almost stood over by hulking great officers who look like they've come out of Hollywood, telling them that he can't leave Afghanistan, he can't abandon the region, he has to stay on and show leadership. That Trump, the TV man, is actually given to that kind of spectacle. So in many different ways, this continues. But more broadly, no matter who the president is, as I will argue, this elite consensus and the establishment that is the guardian of it make it hard to change the fundamentals of American strategy. And one of those fundamentals has become a continuous default setting of the semi-permanent state of war, at the same time when the state tries to insulate most civilians from the costs and consequences of those wars. Now, the Biden administration, perhaps in waiting, we don't know, does, I think, show the force of inertia. Now, Joe Biden himself is an interesting cat on these things. As I've said before, I think there is a prudent version of Joe Biden who occasionally peers through the fog and challenges the logic. But at the same time, the campaign gives every sign of not wanting really to fundamental overhaul beyond generally affirming alliances and repudiating the worst aspects of Trumpism, especially the corruption and the bullying. And as the conservative commentator Saga Engetti has said, when you have no philosophy, or when you have little philosophy, Washington DC colours in the lines for you, because there's a whole infrastructure that's ready. Sir, don't worry about it. We've got the whole staff. They're ready, smack in, ready to run the State Department. They've been in and out of that building for the last 30 years. Same with the Pentagon. Same with the Commerce Treasury, even in the White House. That's basically what you're probably getting under Joe Biden. In fact, the Biden entourage has a desire to make foreign policy work better, but fundamentally through a set of prudent adjustments. It has a very close affiliation with corporate America and desiring at every turn to reassure Wall Street and Silicon Valley and the tech that fundamentals will not be changed, and it defines America's interests accordingly. Now, at the same time, we have to be fair, we have to say that they would like to see an end to America's wars. There's not many people who actually don't explicitly say that they want to see an American war. The key is on what terms. Are those terms to involve compromise, which have to involve the toleration of some disorder, some things that are undesirable in Washington, or is it to be strictly on America's terms? What also makes it a problem is that decades of conflict have rendered Congress mostly, although not always, passive and helping to entrench the executive branch and the imperial presidency. So what is the result? That whoever wins next week, and we won't know for a while, the fundamentals I would expect are likely at least to be resilient, and if there is to be a struggle, if there is to be a confrontation, if there is to be an argument, the force of tradition will go down hard. Of course, nothing is certain, but the era that has marked our time, I would say two foreign policy related failures which define our era: the Afghanistan papers and the Panama papers. What those papers showed us are likely to prove robust, and I'm going to argue that until the last dog dies today. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Andrew.
Great, thanks, Jeff. You can hear me? Great, perfect. Okay, so thanks so much for inviting me to speak in this session. It's such an incredible election, and just to be able to talk about it, and especially to talk about it in foreign policy terms, is really refreshing, because foreign policy, as Patrick was just saying, hasn't really been that much of an issue, and I'm going to come back to that later on in my remarks. I'm an historian, so I'm going to stick to what I know, and that's history. I'll come back to the present, and I'll try and draw some historical lessons for the present. But I'm really going to stick mostly with history and to look at change in continuity, or change or continuity over time, and what that might mean, what kind of resonance that might have for the 2020 election. And what interests me the most is whether an election campaign or a presidential transition can shape foreign policy. And if it does shape foreign policy, what extent does it actually shape foreign policy? This relationship between campaigning and then policy. And during a campaign, the assumption, though I would say widespread, almost not quite universal, especially among academics, but the widespread assumption, which is logical enough, is that generally politics will drive foreign policy, at least in terms of what the candidates will say, and that if the challenger wins, the policy will change along the lines that he or she has laid out, because the campaign provides the function of clarifying points of view and sharpening points of view in the process of debate and campaigning, and so on and so forth. It will generate sharply divergent viewpoints on foreign policy, and that therefore, if the challenger wins, or if in the case where there isn't an incumbent running, whoever wins is going to take foreign policy in that direction, and that direction often means change and perhaps a sharp break in change. And so what I'd like to do is look at some case studies going back to the start of the 20th century, not one by one in order, but to jump around and to examine some of the ones that I think are the most important, and to see if that assumption that I've just laid out about the relationship between domestic politics and campaigning on one hand and foreign policy on the other is true, and whether or not it's true, to see what the implications are for the 2020 election. And one thing I'd like you to keep in mind as I go through my typology of domestic politics campaigning and their influence on foreign policy is that foreign policy almost never decides, or even is the decisive factor, or even the major factor, or one of the major factors in an election. Most people don't vote on foreign policy. There are some exceptions, and we can talk about those, and I might flag some of them up, but foreign policy is not the reason why, usually, the reason why people vote. Okay, with that in mind, here's my typology of campaigning or presidential elections and foreign policy. So I've broken it down into three categories, and I'm sure in the Q&A you're going to throw up, a number of extra categories that I should have thought of, and that's what I love about the Q&A. So I look forward to hearing all the things that I should have said, but didn't realize I should have said them. So first off, there are elections where foreign policy positions between the two candidates are so similar as to be, in terms of substance, politically meaningless. Here we have 1940, Wendell Willkie and Franklin Roosevelt, where they were both internationalist and yet both non-interventionist. And it drove Republicans crazy that Willkie, their great challenger, couldn't, on the main issue of the day, couldn't draw any daylight between himself, or wouldn't put any daylight between himself and Roosevelt. Something similar happened in 1944, where FDR ran and won again for an unprecedented fourth term, where both candidates, Tom Dewey and FDR, were internationalist, but also wanted to win the war. And so there wasn't a whole lot of argument over foreign policy or military policy then. 1948, you would expect it to be a very contentious foreign policy election, but that just wasn't the case. Both the Democrats, the Harry Truman Democrats, not the Henry Wallace Democrats, but the Harry Truman Democrats, and the Republicans were staunchly anti-communist and wanted to prosecute the Cold War pretty aggressively. So that wasn't really a foreign policy election either, even though it was shaped by the Cold War. 1952, both Adlai Stevenson and Dwight Eisenhower promised to get the nation out of Korea. Both of them were challengers, as it were. Neither of them were the incumbent, but both their policies were different in style and tone, perhaps, rather than substance. 1960 is often thought of as a foreign policy election, but really there wasn't a whole lot of difference between JFK and Richard Nixon. Basically, the difference was who can be tougher in terms of waging the Cold War, who's going to be tougher on the commies. But the messages were essentially the same. A little bit of difference in the margins, but that's it. 1968, again, we might expect there to be very sharp foreign policy differences between Democrats and Republicans on Vietnam, but that just wasn't the case. Both Nixon and Humphrey, in very different ways, and in Nixon's case, in a very deceptive way, duplicitous way, promised to get the nation out of Vietnam. And in 1976, both Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter promised a kind of détente. Everyone knew what Gerald Ford's détente was. Nobody really knew what Jimmy Carter's was, but they both were promising some kind of détente. So there wasn't a whole lot of difference. So that's one type of election where foreign policy positions are so similar as to be, I would say, essentially meaningless. The exception here is that they're meaningless on substance. They're meaningless on actual policy. Even in those elections, though, foreign policy can sometimes be important as a valence issue to show or to convey the impression to voters that a president is competent or incompetent, who's weak or strong. And here I think of 1976, where Gerald Ford didn't come across very well, even though there wasn't a whole lot of difference in policy between himself and Jimmy Carter. The things that Ford was saying made him look incompetent and therefore weakened him politically. So voters weren't voting on foreign policy, but foreign policy gave an impression of what kind of president Gerald Ford might be. You could say the same thing in 1988 with Mike Dukakis. The second part of my typology is that there are elections in which kids differ very sharply on foreign policy, and foreign policy is a major issue, maybe even the major issue that people are voting on. In 1900, the election between Bryan and McKinley was, should the United States be a republic or an empire? And both of them were at opposite ends of the spectrum on that question. 1964, LBJ against Goldwater. You had a candidate who was campaigning for peace in LBJ, and then you had Barry Goldwater, who wanted to prosecute the Cold War more aggressively. In 1980, Reagan against Jimmy Carter. The issues of Iran and as well as détente and the Cold War loomed very large in that election. 2004 is an election that I would say turned almost, maybe not almost entirely, that's putting it too strong, but it turned mostly on foreign policy, on Iraq and the war on terror, and that's why George W. Bush counterintuitively was able to beat John Kerry in 2004. And in 2008, the differences between McCain and Obama were pretty stark as well, over much the same sorts of issues, including Afghanistan, which is incredible when Patrick put it the way he did, that we're still in this war and yet nobody's really talking about it, which is really amazing. The third part of my typology, and I would say this is most interesting, is where there are elections where foreign policy is a major issue. Maybe the candidates don't differ all that much between themselves. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but foreign policy is definitely a major issue. And where one candidate makes a clear and unambiguous promise, and then once they're safely elected, they go back on that promise. And it sometimes costs them politically and sometimes doesn't, and that's usually down to circumstance. But in November 1916, Woodrow Wilson won re-election unofficially on the slogan. He never used these words, but the Democratic Party used this phrase all the time. He kept us out of the war because intervention in World War I wasn't very popular. Fast forward 6 months later to April 1917, and guess what? Wilson is asking Congress for a declaration of war. A very quaint, old-fashioned notion, the president asking Congress for a declaration of war, but that's what they did back then. They actually went by what the Constitution says. 1940, FDR told an audience in Boston on October 30th, right before the election, quote, "Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." And it was a huge, if you watch the clip on YouTube when he said that, there was this rapturous response to that. So that's FDR speaking in October 1940, and of course we know what happened just over a year later. FDR was LBJ's hero in all sorts of ways, and it turns out he was also his model in campaign rhetoric. In 1964, through the summer and fall, it became LBJ's one of his most popular applause lines. LBJ said, quote, this is in 1964, remember, "We are not about to send American boys 9,000 or 10,000 miles away from home to do what Asian boys ought to be doing for themselves. We don't want to get tied down to a land war in Asia." I mean, that's really remarkable in terms of broken campaign promises, because we know what happened starting in February 1965. Actually, you could argue that we know what was already going on in South Vietnam in 1964 when LBJ said those words. In 1992, Bill Clinton campaigned on a mostly domestic agenda, ignoring foreign policy. "It's the economy, stupid," was the famous catchphrase. And you could argue, I would argue, that Clinton is more influential should be remembered as a foreign policy and war president more than a domestic president, despite the unprecedented economic boom of the 1990s. In 2000, George W. Bush, actually it was Condi Rice who said that the United States is not going to serve as the world's 911. But Bush campaigned essentially, when he did mention foreign policy, against wars of democracy promotion and against wars of nation building. And we know what happened after the 2000 election. And in 2008, Obama promised retrenchment and just simply didn't deliver on that. He tried to, you could argue, but he didn't really deliver on the main substance of what he promised in 2008. So why is that? Why do candidates often go back on themselves, including a 180 where they completely go against what they promised? Circumstances are obviously important. You could let FDR off the hook for his 1940 promises, but I argue it's difficult to overcome structural constraints. This is what Obama meant and his advisors meant when they talked about the blob once they come into office. And it's sometimes hard to resist policy inertia and policy momentum. There's also little incentive to change. Change is really difficult, as both Obama and Trump have found on foreign policy, despite the freedom that presidents have in foreign policy. And because people don't usually vote on foreign policy, there's little incentive for presidents to change once they're in office. And Congress can often pressure the president on foreign policy, but they can't really do anything. Well, they can do something, but the one thing that Congress really can do, it's power of the purse. Congress has just refused to use it for a long time now, and the War Powers Resolution doesn't really cut it in terms of constraining presidential power. So where does 2020 fit in so far? This is a tough one to get a handle on, despite my typology. There are some clear differences between the candidates: liberal internationalism, whatever that is, versus America First nationalism, differences on Iran, differences on all sorts of other policy matters. And there are some similarities. Both are talking tough on China. Both, I would say, this is more surprisingly under the radar, but they're both pretty similar, I would say, on Israel. But on the whole, the candidates haven't given us all that clear a picture as to what all this amounts to. This isn't unusual for Trump, and Biden hasn't had to provide specifics because he's just running just basically as not Trump. And he's also running a lot on domestic issues. And that's because it's clear this is not a foreign policy election. And because of that, it's tough to tell what these candidates would actually do as president. I mean, with Trump, it's par for the course. I've given up predicting what Trump will do, how well he'll perform, whether he'll win elections or not, because I'm almost always wrong. He's just completely unpredictable. And the big question to me is, will he try and be a second-term Reagan and forging a lot of deals and sort of trying to be a peacemaker in his second term, like Reagan was, kind of like Nixon tried to be as well. It's easier to predict perhaps what Biden will try and do, maybe have a restoration of the blob, a restoration of liberal internationalism, this invented concept from the supposed golden years of the 1940s and 50s. But circumstances have changed so much that just might not be possible for him to do, no matter what he wants to do. And that's my final point, is that circumstances have changed. And whoever is in the White House in January 2021, or however long it takes to figure this election out, the world has changed so much in terms of China, in terms of COVID, in terms of all sorts of things, that this could be the first time in a long time where America's destiny, it's never been entirely in the president's hands, but it's been in the president's hands a lot. And this could be the first time where America's destiny really isn't very much in the president's hands at all. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you very much for that. Sort of reminding, when you talk about it's the economy stupid, James Carville's sort of famous line. I mean, it's sort of the current version of that. It's either the coronavirus stupid or it's Hunter Biden stupid. Sort of the watchwords of this campaign. Not quite what it once was, but anyway. I'll now turn to Josh Shifrinson. Josh?
Great. Thank you, Jeffrey, and thank you, Andrew and Patrick, for your preceding remarks. I think my comments are going to build on the prior discussion, but I want to focus in particular on a very narrow question that Andrew teed up very nicely. This question of, will a change in the contemporary administration, the U.S. administration today, really fundamentally change U.S. foreign policy in its current status quo? And relatedly, what then can we expect from either a Trump 2 or a Biden 1 administration? And so let me give my bottom line up. As a political scientist, I have no interest in just called niceties. Let me give my bottom line up front. regardless of who wins, I think U.S. foreign policy is heading for its most dramatic changes since 1991 and perhaps since 1945 over the coming 4 years, building on trends that we've already seen in practice. And this is not, though, and I think here I'm going to echo Andrew and Patrick, this is not because who leads in the Oval Office and who inhabits the Oval Office. In fact, presidents usually matter more at the margins than anything else. They affect style and maybe operationally, not the fundamentals, but rather because of the secular changes and secular trends in world politics that are now slowing their apogee. And I don't think we need to refer to it as the COVID changing world politics to say we are at one of those moments when the fundamental features of the international scene just feel different than the preceding decades. I'm going to focus in particular on the issues as they affect American foreign policy. First, the global distribution of power. Second, the threat environment, in particular in Europe and Asia, really the cockpit of geopolitical contest in world affairs. With apologies to Patrick, the Middle East really tends to be an area where you can choose to get involved or not, as great power contestation tends to erupt in Europe and Asia much more frequently. And then finally, public opinion, kind of this understated issue, but that we have to talk about when we start to understand American foreign policy. Let me tackle each in turn and then try to add them up to discuss American foreign policy under Trump 2 or Biden 1. First and foremost, the global distribution of power is changing, and the U.S. is in relative decline. When I say that, I don't mean we're heading for the dust of history. I don't mean we're heading the way of Rome or the Soviet Union. Just that U.S. relative power is not what it used to be. The unipolar era, the period of time where the U.S. was the sole superpower in global affairs, if it's not dead already, it's close to dying. It's close to dying. And this is largely because of China's rise. And you don't need to take my word for it. You can look at the U.S. government's own pronouncement over what its ability to get in world affairs looks like. And if we take that at face value, that shift in distribution of power is going to have two dramatic effects. Number one, it's going to mean that opportunities for American foreign policy, or things the U.S. thought it could do in the foreign arena that it once expected to be able to accomplish, are gone. This has implications for the alliance commitments the U.S. has, the way in which the U.S. prosecutes warfare, is trying to strike first with unencumbered American military, as well as the ability to shape international events as the U.S. is going to decline. There are going to be new sources of contest. And second, because China in particular is emerging as what we might call a competitor, it's only natural that U.S. attention shifts more and more towards East Asia. I mean, there's kind of a sucking noise pulling the U.S. out of regions and towards East Asia. We saw this on Obama with the discussion of the pivot, and we see Trump and the Biden campaign talking about this. Point number one. Point number two, we have to understand the regional threat environments. I've already mentioned in East Asia, where it seems that China is on the cusp of becoming, or at least in popular discourse, the cusp of becoming a regional hegemon to be counterbalanced by the United States and its allies. I'm a little skeptical of such claims. Suffice to say that East Asia, which many people recognize is going to be the heart and soul of 21st century's economic and strategic life, is undergoing a massive period of flux where it's unclear what threats and opportunities exist for the involved. But of course, Europe also is facing a unique threat environment. And this might be a contentious statement, but I'll say it anyway. Despite tensions with Russia, Europe is enjoying its greatest period of stability in several centuries. This is a product of trend in unification. This is a product of NATO presence in the U.S. role as a pacifier. It's a role of interchange. It's a role of cultural dimensions. The threats that exist to Europe today are fundamentally at the margin. So with apologies for those in the Baltic states, many people bordering Russia, Europe today does not face the geopolitical threats to its fundamental balance of power, its fundamental equilibrium, its fundamental ideological life that existed over the preceding centuries. Europe is at peace and is increasingly in turmoil. That's the second point. And then finally, my third point is we have to understand U.S. public opinion here. And it's not the case, and Andrew hinted at this, and I'll double down on this. It's not the case that the U.S. public wants U.S. disengagement from the world. You know, for about 40 years, somewhere between 20 and 30% of the U.S. public, 20, maybe 35% of the U.S. public, wants the U.S. to play a lessened role in affairs. Rather, what's occurring is the U.S. public is more and more inclined at what's in it for us, right? And when I say what's in it for us, we can define that economically, we can define that strategically, we can define that diplomatically, but the sense that the U.S. has the ability, and since the moral mission to bear any cost anywhere, to paraphrase John Kennedy, it is not what it used to be. So there's a growing question of what's the value added. We saw, this is not a Donald Trump phenomenon. We saw even in the 92 election, in the 2000 election, where Clinton in 92 ran on, it's the economy stupid. Remember in 2000, George W. Bush ran on the promise of a humbler, gentler foreign policy. We've seen a growing trend in favor of asking what's in it for the United States, what's the minimum the U.S. can do and still benefit from the world. And so you add all these three things up, and they actually suggest to me that we're for a period of turmoil when it comes to American foreign policy and international security more broadly. And strikingly, I actually think it doesn't matter if it's Trump 2 or Biden 1. I actually think they're going to end up converging always on the same basic foreign policy. Over the last 4 years, Mr. Trump has accelerated the Obama era push to devote U.S. attention to Asia, while also trying to push allies in Europe and much of the rest of the world to bear more responsibility. Now, he's done this in a unique way, a ham-fisted kind of way. I personally don't think the bullying approach adopted is effective. But nevertheless, the intent is there. The intent is to get other countries to bear greater burdens in other regions of the world. The U.S. can devote attention to East Asia. And strikingly, from what we can make of this is what Mr. Biden also wants. He's trying to out-hawk China. He's talking about trying to rectify NATO burden sharing as well. Now, the main difference comes in terms of how they think to go about doing this. Mr. Biden, is speaking far more devotedly to multilateralism and trying to embrace the idea of talking over differences in the course of soliciting allied contributions. But nevertheless, the intent is still there. Unless we think the fundamental priorities of American foreign policy are different. Remember, Trump, like his predecessors, expanded NATO, just as Mr. Biden is talking about shifting burden to better confront Russia. Now, I said they're going to be similar. I do want to offer one caveat. I think that Mr. Biden, more so than Mr. Trump, is willing to take a hard line with Russia, at least in the near term. And closely related to that, I believe he is more inclined to try to bolster U.S. relations with allies. And paradoxically, that's actually a worrisome feature. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's actually a worrisome feature, because after all, giving allies lots and lots and lots of support and trying to rectify past wrongs doesn't have necessarily an awesome history in global affairs. We could talk about the German blank check to Austria-Hungary before 1914, but more generally, we could speak to the tendency of allies to free ride or just reckless drive, as the case be. So I say that if Mr. Trump is reelected, I think the status quo will hold. We're going to see a progressive American shift towards Asia, alongside some of trying to reduce the U.S. presence in a fashion in Europe. If Mr. Biden is elected, on the other hand, we're going to see this same push towards China, but we're also in for a period of time where tensions are going to spike in Europe. His campaign has said very openly that repairing relations with allies is hugely important. It means even allies along Russia's border are going to be taking on added importance. Mr. Biden, for political reasons, has made Russian interference in the election in the U.S. domestic scene a point of his foreign agenda, suggesting he is inclined to adopt a harder line stance on Russia, at least in the term. I suspect that trend will abate if and when he's elected as time goes on. At least in the near term, one can expect Mr. Biden to stand firm in both Europe and Asia, even as Asia occupies a progressively larger share of American time, attention, and resources. The bottom line, though, is that no matter who wins in the company, we are going to see the U.S. move more and more towards Asia. We are going to see a progressive hardening of U.S. military and security policy in Asia. We're going to see Europe a progressive weakening in priorities in the United States, and greater attention devoted to pushing American allies to do more in that region. the net effect is that some of the caricatures of American foreign policy over the preceding four decades, 5 decades, is going to change. Europe will be a clean priority, Asia will be rising. As we know from the course of world history, whenever major powers prioritize different regions to differing degrees, try to compete in the distribution of power, this is a recipe for uncertainty, miscalculation, and crises. So I suspect over the coming 4 years, no matter who's in office, we are in for a confusing, a complex, and a potentially dangerous situation. And I'm sorry to spoil the news on a Wednesday, but I am worried deeply over Trump 2 or Biden 1. Thank you.
Josh, thank you very much for that. I would just tell everyone who is listening, if you have a question, to post it in the chat function. Thus far, nobody's posted anything yet, but I do have a couple of questions lined up. Some from some students have sent me before the session. But one question that I have, I guess, first for Josh, and then I'll have another question for Patrick and Andrew. The question for Josh is, as far as I can personally recollect, with respect to China as a major priority for U.S. foreign policy, over the course of the last 20-odd years, we're sort of at the third iteration of China is the main problem. The first being the end of the 1990s, into the first sort of pre-9/11 period of the Bush administration. The second period being the Asia pivot, but prior to the Crimea annexation, and then probably around the end of 2017, 2018, with the new U.S. security strategy, defense strategy, which placed China at the top of the list. I'm sort of just curious from your perspective, what might shift China off the list, at least temporarily? I sort of get the impression that it keeps coming back to China, no matter where it goes to in one direction, it keeps swinging back to China. Nevertheless, I'd be curious about your opinions on that. And for both Patrick and possibly Andrew as well, we had a question about where Biden might take his Middle East policy in several respects. The first one being what it will mean for the Iran nuclear deal. So how a Biden administration would change policy potentially from Trump. Secondly, on U.S.-Israel relations, will you see any major changes? For example, with the move of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, are we likely to see them move back? Will we see any other major changes in Israel relations? And finally, with respect to U.S.-Saudi relations, how might that change under a Biden administration? So might I first ask Josh to speak, and then I'll switch over to Patrick, and then if Andrew has any comments as well.
Sure. So the question is, what might shift the U.S. away from its growing focus on China? I'm going to tackle this question in 2 parts, right? One is this question of why is the U.S. so focused on China at all, and then second, what might drive the U.S. off of that? To the aspect of why is the U.S. so fixed in China, in some sense, it's a natural feature of international security affairs. Great powers such as the United States tend to focus on other great powers, and it didn't take a rocket scientist, of which I am not one, to determine in the 1990s and onward that China was going to had the potential to become a great power. As its emergence has continued, U.S. attention has naturally shifted in that direction. It's about power realities more than anything else. Now that takes me to the question of what might get the U.S. off the focus on China. Now there's certainly a school of thought that would claim that if China becomes a liberal democracy or was truly economically dependent upon the United States or so on and so forth, that the U.S. might be able to focus less upon China. I think that's hogwash. I think there's no evidence of this. China has been a devoted player of international economic engagement of globalization, yet the U.S. attention has fixed on it. And likewise, across history, it's not obvious that similar democratic orientations or similar regime types more generally really are a solution to international contestation. So to the question of what might the U.S. off the focus on China, there are 2 very simple things. One would be somehow if China falls down or from the great power ranks, the U.S. might turn its attention elsewhere. Or conversely, if the U.S. for its own reasons either somehow reclaims its bipolar position and has the ability to focus on other issues rather than geopolitics in a pure sort.
Thanks for that. Patrick.
So I think I'd like to just identify two bits of this question of the likely Biden orientation in the Middle East. On the one hand, there is an aspiration, we know this from their campaign, that they want ideally to reduce America's footprint in the Middle East, to wind down the long campaigns, especially in Afghanistan, to move on to a more diplomatic footing, what you might regard as a different type of coercion with Iran, not no coercion, because the joint agreement was obtained through quite severe economic coercion, and to open up some kind of increased multilateral dialogue with greater inclusion of the Palestinians. I'm skeptical. I think even if, I mean, a lot of those things are sincere on their part, but I think the forces that will constrain them from truly revising America's position in the Middle East will be very strong. First of all, it's important to recognize that this is a Democrat administration, and that's significant to the extent that I think there is a greater sensitivity on behalf of Democrat administration to protect their right flank national security, or accusable of sounding, which is what the commentary at Washington accuses a president of doing. Even if they want to remove a small garrison from Syria, as we've seen, it becomes a post-American world, the end of leadership, the coming of the apocalypse. I think there's a sensitivity to that. I think there's also pressure, as we saw with Obama, there's no nice way of putting this, on a Democrat president to get off their first kill, to show they've got the steel, or as Barack Obama put it when he was under pressure to recommit to Afghanistan, why is everything about my balls? Right, so there's a real worry there, that political sensitivity. Thirdly, I think in order to actually revise America's stance in the Middle East, fundamentally, it would take a very committed, focused, cost-tolerant political effort in Washington. Now, bear in mind that this administration is going to have a lot of other things on its plate to begin with. The Russia New START Treaty, the dealing internationally with COVID, domestic rebuilding, both from that and from the subsequent depression, Trump's trade and tech wars with China, and the resumption of the argument with Europeans about burden sharing in NATO. Will the Biden administration at any point decide to prioritize revising its position in the Middle East? It will never be the right time. It'll always be, well, the president had to get his feet under the table. Then there are other things to worry about. And then there's the midterms. So with the best will in the world, and with the parts of Biden's court that will be most open to revising it, I think we're in for what we're likely in for elsewhere as well, which is a more polite, more consensual, more multilateral pursuit of American dominance and armed supremacy in the world.
Patrick, thank you very much for that. And actually, I think you've sort of given me a great topic to investigate at some point in time, which is this idea of sort of using this mafia terminology that, the president, to be a proper member of the family, has to take his bones and kill somebody. It's a rather depressing thought, but I think probably more truth to that than we'd probably care to admit. Andrew. Andrew, I don't think your mic is on.
Sorry. Thanks, Jeff. I don't have much to add to those two sets of penetrating comments. I do love, and other people have played around with the idea of the Trumps as the Corleones, and sort of, making comparisons of different family members, Eric being Fredo and Ivanka being Michael. I think a lot of people would agree on, and so on and so forth. So I think that's very interesting. I would only add sort of two tongue-in-cheek comments. One is, or actually it's just one tongue-in-cheek comment, I think. One is that when it comes to U.S.-China relations, what I could see Trump trying to do, I don't think he has the skill to pull it off, but what I could see him trying to do, if he manages to win, is trying to strike some sort of grand bargain with China, and to come up with some incredible holistic deal that covers trade, that covers Taiwan, that covers Korea, that covers all sorts of things. He has a track record now of trying to do, of sort of jumping into negotiations, such as with Kim and the North Koreans, or at least talks or appearances without really knowing where he's going. And I could see, you know, Roger Stone, who was close to Nixon, having a little word with Trump about Nixon going to China, and that's what people remember. And people don't really remember Watergate anymore. They remember the opening to China. So I could see something like that happening. Either way, whether Trump goes for the grand bargain and it succeeds, or whether he sort of doubles down on what he's doing and pursues confrontation instead of détente with the People's Republic of China, I'd be very worried if I was in Taipei, because I think Taiwan is kind of a plaything here for both. Well, maybe not for the PRC, but certainly for Trump. And just on the Middle East, I'm not a specialist on this, but to me it seems what the Saudis and Israelis have done over the last couple of years with the Trump administration's support is kind of make it almost impossible for Biden to come in and do some big reset. Biden's already said he's going to leave the embassy in Jerusalem. And in some ways, I think a lot of centrist Democrats would be quite happy with stepping into this situation, that he might take a different tack on Iran. But here's where I see maybe things aren't going to be all that different, no matter who's president.
Andrew, thank you for that. I'm going to mention two questions. Actually, one is the first one is actually directed to Andrew, and the other for Josh and Patrick, I think. So for Andrew, Andrew Payne has asked, what does history tell us about the foreign policy implications of the transition period? How does the lame duck phase and the lack of international credibility and desire to cement a legacy that often goes with it affect foreign policy outcomes? With Iran, North Korea, and others watching, what worries you most about this transition period? And for Josh and Patrick, a question from Adam Svensson. Looking to a potential future Trump 2 or future Biden administration, which U.S. government agency do you see taking more of a lead in future U.S. foreign policy? State, Pentagon. So do you think it's going to be a much more militarized foreign policy? I've noticed, for example, Biden saying some comments to the effect that he wants to more public diplomacy, more diplomacy generally, and less focus on the military. There's been some discussion about, especially given the coronavirus, how much of the defense budget to cut. Progressives sort of see 10% or something like this, whereas others are somewhere between 2 and 5%, if I'm correct. But in terms of foreign policy, do you still see the Pentagon wielding as much power as they have in the past? But I'll turn it over first to Andrew to answer the question, then turn over to Patrick and Josh.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question about the lame duck from an Andrew Payne, you said. I hadn't thought of it. That's a really good question. So, and as you were asking the follow-up questions, I thought I was trying to run through history and think about lame duck sessions and what's happened in terms of foreign policy. And I'm sure there are other examples. It's just what I could think of off the top of my head. The only example I could think of was, I believe, I'd have to double check the timing, but I believe that George Bush Sr. deployed humanitarian troops to Somalia after the election in 1992. In between the time when he lost the election to Clinton and then left office, and then Clinton inherited that, and Clinton then basically escalated the situation. Clinton and Madeleine Albright and others escalated the situation beyond all recognition. But it's something that Bush started, even if Clinton changed the scope of the mission. And I think that maybe there are other examples. I can't really think of any major ones. If I'm right, then that I think helps answer the question as to whether the lame duck period is something to worry about, because most presidents abide by, or losing candidates abide by certain conventions. But of course, we all know that Trump doesn't do that. And he's a norm, the cliche that he's a norm-busting president. It's a cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true. And so if he loses, who knows what he's going to do in terms of some sort of grand gesture, some sort of Nixonian, what Nixon liked to call the big play, as he still has power in that transitional period. Well, what really worries me about the transitional period is that he'll be a lame duck, as it were, without acknowledging that he's a lame duck, and that we're going to have a period of uncertainty as to who is actually going to be in the White House. And there have been, Lawrence Douglas at Amherst has written a whole book on this, and that the United States is going to be in a constitutional crisis, and who knows if American adversaries are going to take advantage of that. Who knows if American allies are going to take advantage of that, if they're going to start reckless driving, as Josh was saying. Because there's nobody there in Washington to really restrain them. And it's that period of uncertainty and confusion that worries me the most.
Thank you for that. And actually, just sort of as a transition to the segue to the next points that I'm sure Patrick's going to raise, I'm very curious to see whether the current U.S. Defense Secretary, Esper, actually is still around on the 4th of November, regardless of the election's outcome. But something to perhaps look out for. Patrick.
Okay, so the question is about the relative power and the relative power shift between different departments, different ministries in the cabinet. So first of all, I think, and this is where I would happily settle for Joe, I think they're quite right that one of the most unfortunate things that's happened over the past decade or so in the US statecraft is the weakening and downgrading of the State Department, and that needs rebuilding. For diplomacy to be effective, you need good diplomats, and those are not grown overnight. And particularly given how embroiled America is in many places, that there's an urgent need for that. And I also accept the premise of the question that Biden is likely to some extent, oversee a reassertion of the place of the State Department in the stead of the Pentagon with an over-militarized diplomacy. But it's all relative. I mean, it would be hard not to do that compared to the Pompeo, Trump, Esper era. The real question is, what? What does that mean? Frankly, I think that foreign policy does not necessarily get less militarized if you continue to have a highly militarized imperial presidency. I mean, the uncomfortable fact for Joe is that he was the vice president under Obama, who helped to expand, like Bush, the whole precedent of ultra vires orders and presidential discretion and whim. The rise of signature strikes happened under Obama's watch, which, I mean, Trump has taken the drone program and made it more secretive, more indiscriminate, more frequent, but there are deeper roots to this tendency. And so moving things away from the generals is not necessarily to make America less of a martial national security state. The real question is, to what policy end are we talking? And I guess I'm starting to be boring. I see the fundamentals as enduring, with possibly a welcome shift to more emphasis upon diplomatic tools, but not to the extent that we can talk of a fundamentally new, quote unquote, Biden doctrine.
So let me jump in briefly, just very quickly, to this question of lame duck presidencies. The only other example I could think of, in addition to Somalia, was of course planning for what became the Bay of Pigs, which began late under the Eisenhower watch and continued from there. So again, not a lot of evidence to go on. But to this question of organs of the U.S. government driving foreign policy, I think Patrick really put his finger on the issue. It's not a question of which organ of U.S. foreign policy making actually runs the show. In fact, there's reason to believe that the Pentagon are some of the least militarily inclined folks in the U.S. government. They're actually very reluctant to use force.
Exactly.
It's this deeper question. It's this deeper question of what drives militarization, as Patrick said. And here, I think I might break with Patrick a little bit. You know, we're good friends. We can disagree on this issue. It's not a question of the imperial presidency or not. It's the fact that the U.S. is really, really good and really effective at using military force. coupled with the fact that after 1991, the U.S. did not have to do much to sell its geopolitical brand, right? End of history, Francis Fukuyama style stuff. There was no ideological or political alternative to the United States. Ergo, the U.S. could afford to underinvest in softer tools of diplomacy and overinvest in military affairs, especially when the U.S. embraces a highly expansive grand strategy aimed principally at maintaining American dominance in global affairs. So in a weird way, I actually expect the militarization of American foreign policy to go down, or at least be rebalanced by a comparable investment in diplomacy as this geopolitical contest, paradoxically, with China that we're seeing coming down the highway really accelerates. At that point in time, the U.S. is going to have to, in order to wage a competition effectively, invest heavily in diplomacy and softer tools of diplomacy in order to engage other countries in a way that's conducive to U.S. interests. It's not a question of rebalancing in terms of the checkbook, in terms of who gets what funding priorities inside the United States. It's a question of what you need to do to wage a great power competition.
I think Patrick just wanted to come in very briefly before we get to the next round of questions.
No, I actually think that's a terrific counterpoint, and I want to think about that. I mean, one caveat, and I ought to have mentioned this before, is that one of the drivers that makes possible America's default position of being in a state of semi-permanent war and state of emergency is Congress's own, not only Congress's marginalization, but Congress acquiescing in its own marginality. And if we're going to enter a period of great power competition, as you say, and I suspect you agree with this, that in order to do that well, what ideally you would need would be a Congress being more assertive, exercising more review, and re-establishing a norm of continual consultation over the grand strategy. That process of audit and discussion might actually probe ideas. What we've got at the moment, certainly over here in Britain, and I think in the US as well, is you've got this tendency for governments to kind of announce policies by fiat and then have to go around worrying about what they mean and the implications. So having congressional or parliamentary oversight can be a good corrective to that.
Concur entirely. I'll keep it short.
Right. So we have two more questions. One I'll address to Andrew, and the other to Josh again. So the question for Andrew is actually from Miguel. He asks, what are the possible ramifications of newly elected presidency to the governance of global institutions? UN, WTO, WHO, IMF, etc. And for Josh, there's the question about, from Jasmine, asking, since Biden's foreign policy is largely to be predicated on the principle of liberal internationalism, wouldn't you expect a thawing of U.S.-China relations as opposed to the continuation of the bellicose, non-conventional approach, i.e. trade wars, support of Taiwan, Hong Kong, enacted by Trump? So the first question, again, to Andrew, to be honest, it's not actually a question that I've certainly given much thought about or seen much written about per se, but perhaps you have some views you could share with us.
Thanks, Jeff. So Miguel's question is, what will the Biden presidency mean for American relations with international and multilateral institutions?
Yes, I think either Biden or a second Trump term.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, a second Trump term, I don't think there's going to be much. There's going to be, a whole lot of change of heart as to the benefits of multilateralism, and I can't see there being a sort of rapprochement between the Trump administration or between Washington and any of the institutions you mentioned, and you could add, I think, pretty much every single other international institution to that list. If Trump is going to go for some sort of big play or reversal, it's going to be on something that he can control or thinks he can control, and it's going to be with Korea. I doubt it would be with Iran. I mean, who knows? As I said before, I've given up predicting what Trump will do. I've been wrong so many times in my students. And my students love to keep pointing that out. Miguel just added something to the chat that I glanced before it disappeared, that it's about global governance. And I still don't think that Trump is going to be engaged in global governance at all. And for Biden, I mean, it's a tricky question because things have changed so much. I mean, Democratic presidents have been more multilaterally inclined than most Republicans, not all Republicans, but most. Certainly not George Bush Sr. And even some Republicans like George W. Bush were, we forget, we sort of might, as we should, dismiss something like a notion like the coalition of the willing in Iraq and whatnot. But George W. Bush tried to at least bring on board as many countries as he could, and was quite flexible with countries like Britain when Tony Blair had to keep going back to him and saying, look, I need more time. I need you to go back to the UN for a second resolution. I need that if you want me on board. And Bush was willing to accommodate him on that. So not all Republicans, but Democrats in general have been more internationally or internationalists than Republicans. But that doesn't mean that Democrats have just been completely globally minded and internationally minded and willing to go along with certain military or foreign policies that they think are against American interests. There are examples, but on the whole, Democratic presidents can be as unilateralist as Republican presidents. And Vietnam is a good example, a really big example. And Korea to some extent is as well, but I would say especially Vietnam. And I guess the last thing I'd say on this is that the period of what we might call the sort of high watermark of global governance or international institutions, multilateralism from the 20th century in American foreign policy terms is an aberration. And it was brought upon by the conditions of World War II and the Cold War. The default position for American foreign policy is not global governance. It's not internationalism. It's not, if you want to use the term, liberal internationalism. It's a kind of, well, Trump said it to the UN. I think this is one case where Trump got it right, where he said, I'm going to do what's in American national interest. And then he looked at the world leaders who were sitting in front of him. I think this was in his first UN address in 2017. He said, look, you do the same. Now there's a tone, there's an inflection, there are details that would be different in different countries, and certainly from a Biden administration, but the general thrust, I think, would be the same.
Before turning over to Josh, actually, I would just like to ask a quick follow-up to you, and maybe Patrick can come in on this as well. In the last couple of months, I've had a number of questions especially from students, some colleagues, asking whether in a Trump second term, he would pull the U.S. both out of NATO as well as the United Nations. And I'd be very curious about your views on that, with the understanding that, of course, it's difficult to predict Trump.
I would say he might want to, but the Congress won't let him. And I think that's one of the very, very few issues in Congress. This is those are two issues where I think Congress, there would be overwhelming bipartisan majorities that would try and do whatever they could to stop Trump from doing that. And what we've seen from the Trump presidency is that Trump announces all sorts of things that he wants to do, and then, I'm not a deep state conspiracy theorist, but there's enough pushback from either political appointees or the career diplomats or national security officials or defense planners that kind of delay things, and Trump ends up not being able to fulfill those wishes. That was also true of other presidents, including Richard Nixon, where people from Kissinger on down would just willingly ignore the president.
Sorry, before turning over to Patrick, before turning over to your comments, sorry. If I could just sort of add one thing to that, maybe Patrick can pick up on, but sort of one impression that I have about the Trump presidency is that it's not a presidency that's sort of very well known for creating things, but destroying things, getting out of things is quite, more natural for that president. And having gone, to a certain extent already, sort of the question of what else is there to break or to destroy might also feature into that. But I would I guess turn over to Patrick now.
Yeah, sure. Well, one of the reasons I'm apprehensive about a second Trump term is that it would test one of my theories in real life. And that is simply this, that American grand strategy is hard to change, including things like the North Atlantic Alliance. But the interaction of two variables can place it under enough stress to affect change, or at least to create an enormous domestic political struggle over it. First of those variables is is a strategic shock. Well, I think we can agree that we're under one now. The plague is that thing. The second thing is a determined executive branch, a serious, determined, focused leader. Now, Trump is not especially focused, but I do think a re-elected Trump would be emboldened and would be less cowed and intimidated by those 6'5" hulking officers standing over him in the Oval Office saying you can't leave Afghanistan. I absolutely agree that the Congress and the national security establishment and bureaucrats, etc., would push very hard not to wreck NATO. Absolutely agree with that, but I think Trump, first of all, his ex-cathedra statements could change the game, announcing NATO is over, announcing his intention to dissolve it. But secondly, whilst NATO can exist formally with an American participation, Trump can do things unilaterally like pull out troops. He can fundamentally alter the burdens. And I think that would be interesting is the wrong word. That would be potentially significant to do unilateral things that are in his executive competence, like a fundamental drawdown. You might not see a reinsertion on anything like the post-World War II scale. So that would, if not ending NATO, certainly changing America's relationship with NATO. We'll see what happens.
Patrick, thanks for that. I think that's actually Trump's favorite expression. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Josh, there was a question for you about China. Is that okay to take?
Sure. Very briefly, though, I do want to say a little bit about NATO since I've written a little bit on this topic.
Please do.
I agree with Patrick that. But I agree with Patrick that a Trump II administration is less likely to and Andrew for that matter, to fundamentally alter the existence of NATO. I think it is far more likely that he would attempt to adjust the composition of the American presence in the alliance. And I say this because Trump has shown himself to be inclined to shake the cage, but actually not. Weirdly enough, it's a lot of rhetoric, it's a lot of bluster, and not a lot of actual movement on the ground when it comes to changing fundamentals. And if we take that at face value, that suggests that he's far more likely to do things that are under his purview, that give him the opportunity to change course yet again rather than wholesale destruction. So I think it's an artifact of American foreign policy that we tend to think of things in dichotomies. Either the US is engaged in NATO or it's not in NATO. In fact, it could be in the middle. The US could have a political relationship with NATO and no military relationship, a la France in the 1960s. So I think it is far more likely to see Trump try to change the relationship rather than actually change the presence, so to speak. To this question about Biden and liberal internationalism, will a Biden administration that embraces the cause of liberal internationalism maybe pursue a less bellicose policy, perhaps involving fewer trade wars, less overt support for Taiwan, and less castigation of China in general as a renegade actor in world affairs? Weirdly enough, I don't think so. Liberal internationalism doesn't actually prescribe any particular course of action. It simply says that the US is to try to pursue a liberal agenda with other countries. It doesn't actually say that it has to like all other countries in the world, and it doesn't even have to embrace the cause of liberal dialogue. In fact, if we think about it, the US supported liberal internationalism at one time when it vis-a-vis China when it came to engagement, only to move into the Obama years towards a much more hawkish strategy. This was the pivot. It wasn't officially directed against China, but it was tacitly directed against China. Moreover, Biden has attempted to out-hawk the Trump administration when it comes to China, castigating China for its handling of the coronavirus, castigating Chinese trade practices, castigating Chinese involvement in political systems around the world, and unfair trade practices. So you add all this up, I think it is far more likely that we are going to see a Biden administration that embraces multilateralism. I think that part is certainly true, and certainly engages in softer rhetoric and kinder words with allies and partners when it comes to competing with China. But I do not think it is likely that we are going to see a thawing of the increasingly hardline American stance on China simply because Mr. Biden embraces a more liberal understanding of underlying principles of US foreign policy and embraces the cause of multilateralism. I think US-Chinese relations are in free fall, and they will continue to be in free fall under a Biden administration.
Yeah,
Thank you, Josh. So we had a question about climate change, but if you don't mind, Manel, I would like to leave this to the next panel because I think this is probably more appropriate for them to address. I would ask one final question to this panel, because one thing I've noticed in the Biden foreign policy program is this notion of trying to bring together some sort of summit of democracies sometime early in his administration. Curiously, I think trying to say that this will be something analogous to the Obama administration's nuclear security summits. I say sort of find that rather interesting because I don't think very much happened with those, but nevertheless, having some sort of big conference of some sort. I mean, you see that as his way of trying to be the anti-Trump, to lead some sort of liberal democratic charge. And I sort of asked that in relation to, again, this notion of the extent to which do you see a Biden administration engaging in a lot of, for want of a better term, revenge against those countries that he sees as being extremely pro-Trump, or various autocratic regimes that he feels have supported them, whether it's Turkey, Philippines, you name it. But basically, that there might be some sort of sense of we need to push this democracy agenda as an alternative to what happened beforehand. I'd open up the floor to any of you. Patrick.
Do you mind if I have a stab at that?
Please do.
I think certainly a defining theme of the Biden entourage is to reorganize American foreign policy around a kind of general contest between two sort of super aggregated things: democracies and dictatorships, or friends versus adversaries. I think this is both unwise but also difficult to do, and I'm glad it's difficult to do because it's unwise. First of all, democracies have different interests that are disparate, sometimes diverging. Does Israel get invited to this jamboree, for instance? Does Turkey? What about the obvious point that anyone who's read a page of diplomatic history can tell you, is that a lot of America's allies under both parties have been authoritarians? I mean, one of the tragedies we've lived through is America's long dalliance with Islamist movements, both state and non-state versions. Wasn't so long ago that Ronald Reagan called the Mujahideen fighting in Afghanistan the freedom fighters. Secondly, I think it's unwise because by organising the world that way, and even organising this supposed summit, what you're signalling to the dictatorships of the world is that you're coming after them. Certainly that can make your Middle Eastern despotic allies nervous, as it did after George Bush said, "Let freedom ring," his second inaugural. And it can then incentivize them to band together, when actually a more prudent and more sober diplomacy would be working quietly to find ways of splitting them and encouraging them to differ with each other. For instance, like China and Russia and Iran and North Korea. Unless Washington really wants to get into a quadruple containment battle with those states, whilst trying to rebuild, whilst trying to handle COVID, whilst trying to deal with climate change, and whilst trying to heal the wounds that have been so flared this summer, I think frankly, it's an embarrassingly undergraduate doctrine. And that's actually, I shouldn't say that because that's an insult to undergraduates.
Thanks for the caveat. Either Josh or Andrew, any comments?
I can't. I have nothing to add to that. That's great. Yep.
The only thing I'll add, I fundamentally agree with Patrick. The U.S. has a really unique tendency to define democracy as we want to. It's really impressive how we're able to do this. Remember, Germany was a democracy before World War I, before they became an autocracy during World War I. Turkey was a democratic ally during the Cold War. Greece, under its military dictatorship, was a democratic ally during the Cold War. We have a striking ability to redefine democracy as suits American interests. So not only is it so to echo Patrick's points, not only is it an unwise policy because it's a facile way of organizing the world, not only is it an unwise policy because it puts potential friends into an enemy camp and makes potential enemies potential allies, but it also bastardizes the idea of democracy itself. So in many ways, it is not just a bad undergraduate thesis, it's a bad philosophy to begin with in the first place.
Yeah.
Can I just add one thing to that very briefly?
Sure.
And that's that I completely agree with what Josh just said. But the fact that and with what Patrick said as well, but the fact that it's a bad idea, I think the last 30 years of American foreign policy have shown that just because it's a bad idea doesn't mean that it's not going to be attempted. If it's not attempted, I don't think it's because it's a facile idea, it's a stupid idea. But
I mean,
that's right.
They'll just be, the Biden administration's hands will just be filled with, busy with dealing with COVID, as well as climate change and all the other things.
Certainly, the view from an ocean away is that there is, in some quarters in Europe and Britain, a rather naive idea that if Biden is reaffirming democracy and American leadership and alliances, that you're going to get some kind of what Susan Rice calls a renewal of vows. Yeah. When in fact what we're likely to see, less, is a renewal of a coercive hegemonic relationship with America and its democratic clients. You'll find, I mean, Jake Sullivan, to his credit, has said this explicitly. We're going to try and push our allies to do things. Well, pushing is not just an exercise of soft power. It's about coercion. And that means actually arm twisting. And the fact that you might have free elections or free institutions or free speech, historically, it has not exempted states from that moment when the rubber hits the road, to mix my metaphors.
Thank you, Patrick. And actually, thanks to all of you. I was sort of reminded, Josh, when you were talking about the U.S. as labeling, which country is a democracy, which isn't a democracy. I fear that political scientists, especially those who are talking about democratic peace theory and so forth, can also fall into this trap as well. But certainly, as far as the U.S. government, they have a long history.
It's the Bob Dylan line in his great song "With God on Our Side." He sings, "We killed the Germans, now they're our friends." Same principle. We just redefine things. It suits our interests.
Yes, it's a very interesting phenomenon, for sure, which we see far too often, not just with the adversaries, but also various other concepts. Certainly, Patrick is familiar with in the defense world, and so on. Well, look, thank you so much, Josh, Patrick, and Andrew, for joining us here today and sharing your thoughts about the election and the future of U.S. foreign policy. Really appreciate it. If I could, I'd ask for a round of applause. But I look forward to being in touch, and we'll take a short break and reconvene at 5 o'clock for the second panel on the Biden and Trump foreign policy agendas. So see you in about just under 15 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to have the second panel look at the foreign policy agendas of Trump and Biden. To begin the discussion, I'm honored to welcome the well-known scholar Bruce Jentleson, who's the William Preston Few Distinguished Professor of Public Policy at Duke University. Bruce has also recently served as the Desmond Ball Visiting Professor at the Australian National University, and had actually been planning to come to Barcelona earlier this year as a visiting professor at IBEI in the spring, I believe, which sadly, due to the COVID situation, had to be postponed. So although you're here with us virtually today, I very much look forward to welcoming you in person at the soonest opportunity. Hilde Eliassen Restad, is Associate Professor of International Studies at Bjørknes University College in Norway. Apart from being a commentator, especially in the Norwegian media, on U.S. politics, research is focused on the concept of American exceptionalism and its impact on foreign policy. And finally, Andrew Gawthorpe, a former colleague of mine from King's College London, teaching at the University of Leiden. In addition to his scholarly works, Andrew not only writes on U.S. political issues for the Guardian newspaper, but also recently started a podcast series called America Explained, which I can highly recommend and encourage everybody to sign up for. So Bruce, we'll start off with you, then Hilde, and then Andrew.
Well, thanks very much, and thanks to IBEI and to Institute of North American Studies for this invitation. As Jeff said, I was supposed to be in residence at IBEI in April, May, and got COVIDed out. So at least we can engage this way, although it is sin vino y tapas, for me at least, right? So unfortunately. So just also a note of transparency as I make my remarks, in addition to my academic work and positions, I've served in a number of Democratic administrations, most recently in the Obama administration, from 2009 to 2011 as a senior advisor to the State Department Policy Planning Director, and served with Vice President Al Gore and back in the Bill Clinton administration. Just in terms of transparency, my views are my views. I think they're analytic, not advocacy or partisan. But I will say, and this affects how I want to use the time allotted, there have been many Republican presidents that I've disagreed with, but none that I truly felt was dangerous to the country and the world. And I felt that way from the beginning. I recall in the fall of 2017, a conversation with a close friend and colleague who was a Republican foreign policy professional and was considering going into the Trump administration. And he was making the argument that whatever the histrionics were, that the professionals, the positive side of the deep state, would keep him within the guardrails, so to speak. Secretary Mattis, who's also a friend and a colleague, believed that as well, and I think it's proven not to be true in many respects. So if Trump is reelected, I really can't say anything other than muy, muy peligroso, very, very dangerous for our country and the world. And I'd actually prefer to spend my time, I'm happy to answer questions about that, but to talk about ways in which I think that a Biden victory, for those who think it's a positive, it's not a panacea, and what we might expect or what the challenges are going to be there. And let me start with a point about American politics. And a lot could be said, and we can get into this. But I think the perspective that's really important as we approach Election Day is really, if you look at the last 20 plus years of American politics, and you think of it the way we do international currencies, where if they fluctuate, as long as they stay within a certain zone, it's okay. But in the last 20 plus years, we've had two efforts to impeach presidents, Bill Clinton in 1998 and Donald Trump last year. We had the 2000 election in which it went to the Supreme Court. And there I was serving as a senior foreign policy advisor to Al Gore and his campaign. We definitely need vino if we're going to talk about what happened there on election night. But nevertheless, we had to call in the Supreme Court. 2003, the United States goes to war in Iraq, in a war that some supported, but many didn't in the world. In 2009, America is really the driving force, if you will, of the global financial crisis. In 2008, we swing way to the other side of the spectrum, and we elect an African-American president. Many in the world were saw positively, but it's a big swing. And then in 2016, we swing back to electing a reality TV host as American president. And having grown up in New York, I have seen Donald Trump for many, many years. So to say to people that whatever the outcome of this election, we're going to stay within the political equilibrium zone, it's no wonder that people around the world, allies or whatever, really wonder what happens in 2022 midterms, what happens in 2024, what kind of political violence we may be facing in this country. And that's an important context for those who think that everything turns on Election Day. In terms of the actual policies of a potential Biden administration, it's not going to be just a matter of going back to the pre-Trump playbook. Because in many respects, I tuned into the last 20 minutes of your previous panel. Some of this came up there as well. There were forces at work in terms of changing the nature of global politics that were there long before Donald Trump came along and added his to them. So let me just give you some examples. Well, on the one hand, American public opinion has become more pro-NATO since Donald Trump got elected. It's become more Paris Climate Accord since Trump's election, more Iran nuclear non-proliferation agreement than then. But it's not just a matter of going back to these. I think on NATO, There were issues before. I mean, if you just go back to 2011, the Libya intervention, whether one thought it was a good idea or a bad idea, split the alliance fundamentally. And there's a lot of sense, and my colleague Jim Goldgeier and I wrote about this in a recent Foreign Affairs article about the need for Europe to increase its common foreign and security policy, not as an alternative to the United States, not just if the United States were to pull out of NATO. But if you look at the nature of the 21st century world, they can be complements to each other. And so it's not just we like NATO trumped in, it's what really will evolve in terms of the Western alliance relationship. Similarly with the Paris Accord. The reality was that even if all the pledges had been met, of all the countries in the world, it would have only met less than 50% of the necessary emissions reductions to keep temperature increase to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius. So sure, the United States needs to go back, but Russia wasn't doing its pledges. China wasn't. The EU was doing a little better, but still not enough. And so what we're going to really need is a Paris Plus. And to deal with the question of are pledges nationally determined or not, we're going to have to do more on that. And again, we can talk about this later. The politics of the United States have actually become more conducive to that than people tend to think. On Iran, third example. So I was also involved in the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016, and we were having discussions about if we won, that we were going to need to build on that 2015 agreement. And in many respects, is a one-legged stool. And if we go back to the U.S.-Soviet détente in the 1970s, part of the problems were it was a one-legged stool just built on strategic nuclear arms control. We're going to have to deal with efforts to build upon some understandings about roles in the region. We're going to have to start really thinking about improving U.S.-Iran relations. And now we're about halfway to the 10-year limit of the Iranian deal. The Biden administration is going to, get a lot out of the first weeks. We're going to rejoin these things, but it's going to have to deal with these challenges in ways that move the ball forward. There are a lot of other issues we could talk about. Let me just make 3 points in closing and passing the baton to my colleagues. One of my real concerns is sort of the new Cold War China hawks, and they're on my side of the aisle as well as in the academic world as well. If you look at the history of American foreign policy, we have made some of our major mistakes by overestimating and misestimating threats. The Third World in the Cold War, Iraq, etc. And I think there is a certain assertiveness to China, but I think we need to find ways to manage this that combine competition with a certain amount of pushback. And as Jeff said, I was in Australia, and it was very interesting talking to people there who have increasing concerns about China, but basically said, we don't want you to bipolarize the region. That's not in our interest. And I think the Japanese, the Indians feel that way as well. Secondly, and this relates to the China point, if you look at the geopolitics of the world, in many respects, one of the dominant characteristics, in my view, is that there are very few states that want exclusive relations with just one of the major powers. Many countries prefer the relation with the United States than others, but Europe clearly does not want exclusive relations with the United States, and not have relations with China or Russia. It's very true in the Indo-Pacific. I mean, look at India, which has had a military confrontation with China and has moved closer to the Quad, as it were, the U.S., Japan, Australia, India, but it's still negotiating with China. And so the dynamics of the world are going to be what I've sort of called the pluralization of diplomacy. And if any administration comes in and thinks it's a matter of building the democracies together, it's just not where states see their interest. And so American strategy has to fit that reality in which we see what our relations can be without making it into the China hawk zero-sum competition. And as a last point, in my view, our highest priorities have to be pandemic prevention and climate change prevention. COVID has killed more Americans, just speaking from an American point of view, than our last 4 wars combined. It has plummeted our economy and the global economy and national economies into the worst situation since the 1930s. And it's not only getting a hold of this pandemic, but planning for the next ones that come. It's an enormous opportunity for the United States to play a leadership role. Our Center for Disease Control and Prevention used to be the gold standard. It no longer is. But if we think about grand strategy in terms of threat assessments, same with climate. The number of deaths to climate change are far greater than the number of deaths to terrorism. The sense of an existential threat is there. So I actually think we have to think about strategy, not just in the classic sense of, sure, we have to deal with the Russias and Chinas of the world. We have to put these issues front and center. They got more attention in a Obama administration than a Trump administration. They have to be systematically ingrained as core priorities in an American overall strategy going forward. And I think the Biden administration has potential to that. I can't say that it's fully accepted that in terms of, you know, where it may be going. So anyway, that's just some comments, and happy to engage other issues as we go along.
Bruce, thank you very much for that. Hilde?
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for inviting me. I am so honored to be a part of this panel. And of course, I'm a huge fan of my co-panelists. I am sort of, I think we're all in this weird situation where if you guys are anything like me, you're very, very, very focused on Donald Trump and America First and everything that's been going on in the last 4 years. And it's kind of difficult to think beyond next week and allow yourself to think of the possibility of a Biden-Harris administration. But if we're going to do that exercise and hoping that doesn't mean that we jinx anything, I think it's actually a very interesting, almost exciting time to be studying and doing research on U.S. foreign policy, because for a very, very long time, there was a sort of ideological, it was a sort of staleness to this bipartisan consensus where you had sort of the liberal internationalists in the Democratic Party and the so-called neoconservatives in the Republican Party. And there seemed to be a sort of stability and a sort of maybe stale quality to the sort of grand strategic U.S. approach to the world. And I assume that despite the sort of very progressive platform that Biden has signed on to, that he is a part of this older consensus in U.S. foreign policy. And I'm not as sure about Senator Harris, but I guess it'll be interesting to see where she places herself. But as Professor Jentleson said, there is little reason to think that what's needed going forward from 2021 is a going back to the old bipartisan consensus in U.S. foreign policy. In fact, it's probably ill prepared for the changing strategic environment and the changing kinds of threats that not just the U.S. but other countries also face. And so for me, it's interesting to follow this newer debate, the sort of post-bipartisan consensus debate that's happening among scholars and people who study U.S. foreign policy. And it seems to me that there's a sort of a resurgence of the realists, whereas sort of realist IR theorists never really had maybe much influence on actual U.S. foreign policy, although they were very influential in academia. There seems to be a sort of new generation now of foreign policy commentators and scholars in the U.S., sort of younger generation that are much more vocal about an alternative U.S. grand strategy, much more in favor of restraint. I'm sort of following with interest this new, something called the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, interestingly funded both by Charles Koch and George Soros. So miracles do happen. But then there's also the sort of, also a younger generation, but progressive generation that is, I think you find them in the Democratic Party, that are also trying to develop, it seems to me, a new perspective on U.S. foreign policy, which would probably be, if you had a Bernie Sanders presidency or an Elizabeth Warren presidency, presumably it would be how their grand strategy would pan out. But it's not as clear to me exactly what that would look like in reality. But what I'm trying to say is, although I think for many people in Europe, it would be a very hopeful day if you woke up next week, and Joe Biden would be the next president of the United States. That's not really a secret. You see it in all the polls, right? But I question the degree to which his foreign policy inclinations are well fitted to this moment in time. And so that's sort of where I think, whereas we've been spending 4 years thinking about Donald Trump, America First, and all these things, maybe, possibly, if Biden wins the election, what will be really, really interesting and important to follow is the debate inside the Democratic Party between these younger progressives and the sort of older guard that Biden is a representative of. I think Hillary Clinton is a representative of that, and to some extent Obama, although he kind of maybe straddles those two camps a little bit. And as Professor Jentleson wrote in that interesting foreign affairs piece, there is a sense that Biden is maybe not prepared for what's coming. He might be the perfect candidate in terms of winning this moment and winning this election, but is he really? Does he have the sort of future-oriented perspective on foreign policy that is needed in this time of instability? Because again, Professor Jentleson is correct. Even if Biden wins, all you have is maybe 2, maybe 4 years of respite before possibly you have another election that causes some kind of instability again in the U.S. Approach to the world. So from an allied perspective, since I'm sitting in Oslo, if I am to sort of take like the Norwegian perspective, for us, these are very perilous times because you really can't rely on the United States because you just don't know what's going to happen. And that hasn't really been an issue. That is an issue that really started in 2016 with the election of Donald Trump. But once that happened, there are certain things that have been said that can't be unsaid. And knowing that he was elected once, there's the possibility that someone like him can be elected in the future. And that presents allied countries such as Norway with a profoundly different strategic environment. But I will leave my comments there and yield the floor.
Hilde, actually, before you go, I just have a quick question just to follow up very, very briefly. Because I sort of have this impression, sort of looking at a lot of Donald Trump's rhetoric over the years. I could be wrong, but has any U.S. president actually referred to Norway more than Donald Trump? Maybe not necessarily in the way that you might like to be, but I'm just sort of curious. I don't know if you've noticed that or that's ever talked about there. It's something that always struck me as being
probably not since Franklin Roosevelt. So everyone in Norway remembers that Franklin Roosevelt had a famous "Look to Norway" speech during World War II. But since then, I guess might be right in slightly different context. Yes, Donald Trump unfortunately has used us in his rhetoric.
Yes. Okay, George Kennan had a Norwegian wife, so I guess that was something. But right. So I will turn over now to Andrew.
Okay, well, yeah, thanks so much, Jeff, and it's really honored to be speaking at this panel and especially to be joining such distinguished colleagues. It's a really interesting topic that we're talking about today. So the topic of the panel is Trump and Biden's foreign policy agendas. But that's also kind of a difficult topic because we don't have a crystal ball. We can't say exactly what challenges will arise during the next administrations and what their agendas might be. So the approach that I wanted to take was just to talk a little bit about some of the structures that might shape foreign policy decision-making in the next 2 administrations. So think about institutions, personality traits, and relevant political constituencies. I think that this approach is useful because it illustrates some really key points of difference between the two men. So Biden is an institutionalist, famously, while Trump is famously very much not an institutionalist. Biden, I think, is much more likely to be disciplined in actually arriving at a foreign policy vision and attempting to implement it. And Trump's own contribution to American foreign policy is very personalistic and impulsive. I think it's also something that's been mentioned by the 2 previous panelists is the extent to which Biden is going to be cross-pressured by his kind of tendency to seem to want to return to a pre-Trump status quo, and then the demands of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party for much more changes in American foreign policy. So I'm just going to say a bit about each president while sticking to this kind of frame of analysis. So to begin with Trump, in 1950, Lionel Trilling scathingly wrote that the American conservatism was a movement that wasn't defined by ideas, but it was defined by what he called irritable mental gestures. And we could debate whether that's a fair characterization of American conservatism, but I think it is a really fair characterization of Trump's approach to foreign affairs. So the president has certain impulses against multilateralism, in favor of greater burden sharing, this kind of impulsive favoring of autocracies over democracies that he seems to have as well. But I think beyond these impulses, his interests and his presidential input into foreign affairs has often seemed very episodic and unfocused and even unsophisticated, we can definitely say as well. So when these impulses have kind of expressed themselves in actions, then he runs up very quickly against better organized institutional forces. So broadly speaking, these have been the career civil service, the Republican Senate, which has sometimes acted to try and alter Trump's foreign policy, and then also political appointees in the West and elsewhere. And I think many of us remember that first meeting that Trump had in the tank, which is the secure briefing room in the Pentagon that's used by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And this is the meeting where Rex Tillerson famously called him a beeping moron afterwards. And this is kind of, for me, kind of marks symbolically the beginning of Trump chafing against these institutions and them fighting back. I think the question we need to ask about Trump's second term, so two questions. So one is, how might his relationship to these institutions change, if at all? And then secondly, what's the impact of the chaos that he generates in American foreign policy as well? And there's a lot of speculation that, Trump might move to enact a more radical agenda in foreign policy in his second term. But I think that without some kind of personality change on the part of Trump or some really big change in the institutions around him, we shouldn't be thinking so much about an agenda. That's too strong a word for it, but it's more his impulses and how the institutions around him mediate them. So just to kind of focus on agendas for a second, as Patrick Porter and Michael Glennon and others have noted in academic work, the foreign policy and national security agencies have a way of continuing along with established policies unless the president acts as a determined agent of change. And to do that requires, firstly, presidential will, but I think it also requires a set of kind of competent, experienced political appointees who can be seeded throughout the civil service to try and implement the president's vision. And it seems to me that Trump doesn't really have either of these things. And outside of a few areas, I mean, especially immigration policy and policy towards China, I'm not sure that Trump has really succeeded in enforcing a Trumpist agenda on the civil service and having the bureaucracy, sort of all the parts of it, move in motion to implement that agenda. He's had a pretty weak National Security Council for most of his administration, and I think that his policymaking has. So I want to stress that we should think about chaos more than we think about agendas, really. But there's kind of to talk about chaos a little bit more. Trump hasn't turned the civil service into an instrument of his will, but he has kind of presided over this hollowing out of its capabilities. So the dissolution of the NSC's response unit is one obvious example of this. And, he burns through advisors so quickly. He burns through political appointees very quickly. He has this habit of wanting officials to serve in an acting basis rather than actually having people confirmed, especially at kind of the second and the third rung in the bureaucracy. I think all of this has done a lot of damage to institutional capacity in US foreign policy making, and that's probably likely to continue throughout the second term. And I think that damage combined with his impulsiveness is where I really look to the dangers of a second Trump administration. So then, shifting the focus to talk about Biden, we have a very different set of considerations. So with Biden, we have a president. Well, sorry, I've done a few talks and I keep speaking as if his election is ensured, and I really shouldn't do that for numerous reasons. Not least my own heart. But so Biden has he has a lot of extensive knowledge and experience at foreign affairs. So he's chair of he was chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He was vice president for 8 years with a lot of responsibility for foreign affairs. You know, he's very often described, and I think would describe himself as an institutionalist, and his campaign has kind of been framed around this return to a pre-Trump status quo, and of course how he frames the campaign isn't necessarily how he'll govern, but it's notable. But I think Biden is also, you know, he has this history of being skeptical of at least of interventionism. You know, so he voted against the Gulf War in January 1991, famously. He counseled kind of, I think, against a surge in both Iraq and Afghanistan from inside and outside of different administrations, and he was opposed to the intervention in Libya in 2011. But then he was also a cheerleader for the 2003 invasion of Iraq. So we have this kind of mixed record. But so I think we can be certain that Biden's going to preside over a sharp change in like the rhetoric and the tone of U.S. foreign policy, especially compared to the Trump administration. But the question that my fellow panelists already raised about how much it's going to actually change in substance, and I think that the relationship or the influence of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is something I'd like to talk about for a few minutes, because I think it's an interesting piece of this. Over the past few years, as Hilde mentioned, a kind of distinct progressive foreign policy agenda has crystallized, in think tanks and commentators, and I think it also has the support of some influential senators, as Hilde already mentioned. And that's potentially significant, given the tight margin that the Biden administration might have in the Senate. So if we look at this policy vision that the progressive wing puts forward, there's there's many planks to it, but I think the most important are, firstly, a drawback from military intervention abroad, a shift in an acknowledgement that there should be a shift of war-making power from the executive to Congress, an end to American support for autocratic regimes, particularly in the Middle East. And Biden has some support for these positions during the campaign. So he's pledged to end support for the Saudi war in Yemen. And he's also spoken up in favor of reinvigorating congressional war power this year as well. But I think Biden's going to be really strongly cross-pressured by other considerations. So he has a track record. He doesn't have a track record of hawkishness, particularly, I don't think, but he does have a record of real pragmatism. He's placed high emphasis on working within existing institutions and established relationships to achieve the goals of American foreign policy. But, even his support this year of the congressional war power can be viewed through an institutionalist lens, because he is currently a senator, right? And it's quite common that senators and Congress people in Congress speak up in favor of the congressional war power in Congress. Then they think differently when they're in the executive branch. But also, magnifying Biden's own tendencies, I think, will be a broad expectation of appointing experienced establishment figures to key positions and kind of reinvigorating the role of executive branch agencies in decision making, because these are things that many people miss in the Trump administration, actually. So, I think, finally, I think we should remember that although the progressive wing of the party is often the loudest, but the Democratic Party's route back to a congressional majority in 2018 was through many kind of formally Republican voting suburban districts where probably a different politics is appealing. And this is also perhaps true about the Biden's route to the White House that we're seeing emerging as well. So I do wonder a bit about the domestic politics of this, and the extent to which the progressive wing is important versus the more centrist voters. I've already probably, so I may have gone over already, just say the thing that we should watch, I think, is who he appoints to key positions. So one of the first decisions usually made after an election is a chief of staff. Biden's rumored to be favoring Ron Klain, who seems broadly favored by all wings of the party. I think if he goes for someone else on his rumored shortlist, then that's kind of an early across the bow towards progressives. And then also there's this question of whether he'll bring Republicans into the cabinet, which he's talked about, and progressive groups are very unhappy about. So I think we need to watch personnel as policy to an extent, and we need to be watching who he puts in key positions. So those are just a few observations, and yeah, I look forward to talking more in the Q&A.
Andrew, thank you very much for that. I would just ask for all the participants who are listening in, if you have a question, to type it into the chat box. I have a number of questions that I've lined up actually from students and others who've asked me to speak on their behalf who can't join us today. And I would like to perhaps just throw out a few different questions, and then perhaps I'd ask you to pick and choose which ones you'd like to answer. And I'll start with Bruce and then Hilde and Andrew in order, precedence. So the first question has to do with, should we view a Biden presidency from the perspective of a one-term presidency? And this is really about getting Kamala Harris elected 4 years from now, and potentially the foreign policy implications associated with that. The second question has to do with something actually Andrew just raised, which has to do with, as you mentioned, the war powers issue and so on. But one thing that Democrats have been especially critical of these past 4 years is that there aren't enough constraints on the presidency on a variety of different issues, including nuclear command and control. If the Democrats get into power, not just the presidency, but also Congress more generally, do you see them trying to put in, shall we say, safeguards for future administration so that what happened over the last 4 years does not happen again, or will they more or less just forget about that and go on as before? And the third question, also having to deal with something that Andrew just mentioned, which is the issue of personalities. And perhaps going to a point that Bruce mentioned earlier, I'm sort of curious, and we can talk about substance and style and so forth, but in terms of the actual policies, but I'm also curious about how the administration runs its foreign policy. So, for example, would a Biden administration run it in the same way that the Obama administration ran it? For instance, as far as I understand it, it was very much focused on the NSC. Or would it be some sort of other configuration? And I'm sort of always thinking that in the background there's Michelle Flourney, who might be potentially appointed to the Pentagon, and that's an individual who'd be probably the last person I could ever imagine that they would agree to cutting the defense budget. Sort of curious how that issue of personalities is going to impact on policy, whether you might actually see some more progressive individuals being appointed to those sorts of positions to try to push through things like cuts to the defense budget or spending more money alternatively on public diplomacy and so forth. So I'll just throw those few questions out there for starters and ask Bruce to start and then Hilde and then Andrew.
Yeah, they're good questions. Kudos to your students for focusing in on key issues. There's a lot there, and we just try to do a couple pieces and also respond to a couple of things my colleagues said and not take up too much time. So the whole question about inside the Democratic Party, I remember that back in the Vietnam era. We had the conservatives and the George McGoverns, and it has emerged. And indeed, if you go back to January, February, Biden was almost out of the race, right? And in the end, won partly because Sanders was a very alienating figure in lots of ways, and Biden got this crucial endorsement in South Carolina from prominent African-American congressman, and then COVID hit, and everything else, and in some ways it made Biden seem the perfect candidate, right? Stable, experienced, the un-cola to Trump's cola, if you will, right? So it's very hard to predict some of the things you're asking to prognosticate on. It is, so I think a couple things. One is, there's no question about the power of the progressive movement. So if you look at polling data on the millennial generation, you actually see very interesting trends, which goes beyond sort of the elite level of the new institute. You see a couple things. One, most importantly, I think when they're asked, and this gets into Hilde's work on American exceptionalism, less than any generation, they don't buy into that concept, right? It's not that they're anti-American, they don't believe in the country they're in, but they don't buy into this, post-1945 notion. And if you think about it, there's a lot of common sense there. They also prioritize issues like climate change. They're less, what have they seen about the use of military power? They've seen the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, the two longest wars in American history. And the distinction, what I often write about between the gap between capabilities and utility, that military power in many respects is very important for the deterrence function, a la the continued function of NATO vis-a-vis the Russians, to a certain extent in Asia. But other aspects are, there's a gap between the great capabilities you have and the utility for counterinsurgency, et cetera. And so I think what you have there, and I think sometimes we actually fall into this too, is this notion of American leadership from the previous era. It was a very historically unique moment in 1945, and your other panel talked about this a bit as well, where Europe was devastated, Japan was devastated. We and the Western powers occupied Germany and Japan. Much of the rest of the world were colonies, and the United States emerged. Didn't suffer that much at home, and so we really had a unique distribution of power, and a particular concern in the Cold War about Kennan's containment and the Soviet threat. That mission was not perfectly, but pretty well carried out. But there are an awful lot of other parts of that era that we forget through rose-colored glasses. Much of American policy in the Third World was disastrous. Supporting, dictators, Vietnam, etc. So if we want to think about what role for leadership going forward, it is not. The world doesn't need America to play the role we played from 1945 to the early 1990s. Again, there were flaws in that, but even if there weren't. So the debate really is going to be, is the Biden administration and a potential President Biden willing to get out of the old paradigm? Again, I've worked with a lot of these people. I've served with them, a lot of friends and colleagues, and it's an open question. I don't know the answer to that. I think the pandemic provides the opportunity, and climate change and pressure the progressive wing brings, that both of those are international and domestic issues, right? They're not just doing foreign policy instead of domestic policy. I think they have the possibility for being an inflection point, which shifts our priorities and shifts the kind of role. Both of those require collaborative roles in the world, not just we win, other side loses. And last point, if you go back to Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, he was a wealthy guy from upstate New York, and became a very transformative figure. Will Biden facilitate that? I don't think Biden has the leadership qualities fully, frankly, of Franklin Roosevelt. Will he facilitate that and the people around him? The jury's out. And we will get some hints from appointments, but it's going to take a while to see that. And I think some of that will become more clear. And I think the pandemic can actually help on that, because it's going to require a domestic and a global agenda, as Europe's seeing now, even if, none of us can solve this on our own. So anyway, that's my sense of a little bit of the questions from what you put on the table, Jeff.
Can I ask who he thinks will be Secretary of State in the hypothetical Biden administration?
All right, so, we should, play electoral college guessing too, right? I do think, again, this is just, I think it's highly likely to be Susan Rice, because I think that again, transparency friends and colleagues, people I've worked with a lot, the prominence that Ambassador Rice got in the vice presidential selection made it and I think Tony Blinken will be national security advisor, because he's been very close to Biden both. He was staff director on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee before, helping run the Biden foreign policies during the vice presidency and then going to state. So a lot of things, all sorts of balancing, but with that prominence that Susan, Ambassador Rice got, now it will require a Democratic Senate to go through confirmation with Susan, because there were issues obviously before, which is part of the reason she became national security advisor and not Secretary of State in the second Obama administration. That's just my prediction. I'm not, I'm just making a prediction to answer to your question that those two positions would likely go in that direction.
Okay, that's it. That'll be very interesting to see. Okay, so your students' questions. Biden, a one-term president. I see that he has made some hints at, he talks about being the bridge to the next generation. So I think I am not aware of Biden ever having said, that he will be a one-term president. And in all of our experience with people who attain power, we see very rare examples of people willingly forfeiting that power, right, and giving it up to someone else. So I'm assuming if Biden becomes President Biden, that he will be president for as long as he's physically capable. About Congress and war powers, that is such an interesting topic. It's one of my sort of hobbies within the broader U.S. foreign policy subject. And I don't see anything in the history of the congressional executive relations when it comes to war powers since World War II that even hints at Congress really wanting to take a big chunk of that back, because the implication is that Congress representatives and senators then have to be held responsible for their decision making, which is not necessarily something that helps you in re-election, despite the attempts in the 70s and the War Powers Act and all that stuff. I would expect there to be a lot of talk and not a lot of action on that. And I yield the floor.
Yeah, well, I agree so much with the comments that have been made. Biden's a one-term president. It just seems so difficult to predict that now. We don't know what American politics is going to look like a few years from now, and it would be foolish of him to tie his hands at this stage. So I don't think he will. And we'll see what happens to the Republican Party, after Trump is defeated, and we'll see what the dynamics are with, because it would be weird, right, for him to say I'll be a one-term president, and then for Harris not to be the candidate. So then that kind of raises questions about Harris's political standing several years from now as well. So yeah, it's difficult to know. War powers, I think Hilde covered it so well. That there are ways of fudging this that we're very familiar with, and that have kind of broadly worked to the satisfaction of most actors for a long time. And it seems difficult to imagine a real step change in that. How Biden would run foreign policy, I would think that Bruce will definitely have the biggest insights into that from knowing the personalities, and it's difficult for me to predict. I mean, I do think that one thing that may be a priority in the Biden administration is getting tentacles into all of these agencies and finding out what Trump's been up to and his appointees have been up to. And that suggests to me a relatively tight operation run from the White House and a stronger NSC. And, I spent a lot of time studying the NSC, for my book on Vietnam. And it seems to me that the modern presidency just cannot run foreign policy effectively without a strong NSC. And I think that he would go in that direction.
Andrew, can I just follow up briefly, and perhaps Bruce as well? I'm sort of just curious in terms of, do you potentially see a unified Biden foreign policy administration, as our Biden administration on foreign policy issues, or do you see them? I sort of had this impression that a lot of people think, well, it's not going to be like the Trump administration, but actually the history of even Democratic administrations and others, do you see a lot of competition amongst the various people at the top on various issues? I mean, do you potentially see everybody working towards the same agenda, or do you see them pulling in opposite directions, perhaps because of the progressive issue or something else?
I'd like to defer to Bruce first, and then maybe I'll chip in.
Yeah, there's always competition. It's different nature. And again, too much groupthink is bad. I mean, look what happened in the Bush administration between 9/11 and Iraq, right? And Colin Powell, the recent book out on that in particular, basically feeling you had to go along because he was crowded out. So there can be you've got a spectrum here as a way to think about it analytically. Really destructive competition, too much groupthink, and you look for things in between. But the point I want to make about personnel too that actually has me particularly concerned is the decimation of the Foreign Service and the younger generation. So many of my own students, and this didn't just start with Trump, but it really got worse. When they think about the Foreign Service, first of all, over the last 15 or 20 years, the NGO world became options, right? You could go in, people would say you could make a difference rather than going through the high, and people have been after the Foreign Service for a long time to reform beyond that. And then the notion of what happened here. I spent a lot of time in Starbucks and when I'm in and out of Washington talking to younger people I work with who've been demoralized and should they not go to the Foreign Service or they should get out. And we have a human capital problem, right, on the foreign policy side. And it's going to take a lot to get people in their 20s and 30s to make the commitment to go in the foreign service, because even if they feel good about the next administration, going back to my currency fluctuation model, should they invest their career there when things could go haywire down the road? And I worry a lot about that. Partly Trump, but the Foreign Service has needed to reform for a long, long time. And there have been a number of initiatives. Senator Warren made a very good proposal during the campaign on this. My friend and colleague Anne-Marie Slaughter wrote an article on this recently. We really need to think about not just what Trump did, but what other things we need to try to improve upon, in addition to undoing a lot of things that he did.
Can I just follow up very quickly on that? I mean, I sort of have this impression, it could be totally wrong, but this idea that, for those people who still wanted to stay in the Foreign Service but didn't like Trump, they thought, well, 4 years we can somehow manage. And this is probably an issue more generally with other countries, relations with the United States and so forth. We could somehow get by 4 years, but how will the calculus potentially change if there's the prospect of at least another 4 years? And I sort of use the term at least advisedly.
You mean 4 more years of Trump?
4 more years of Trump.
Well, as I said at the beginning, I think that it's disastrous in so many respects. I think we've lost a lot of people, and it's also the recruiting factor. You want people coming in the food chain, if you will, at young ages, and that has really been hurt, and it's going to take a while to get that back. But the devastation, there's an article in the Atlantic recently, just out, it's Ambassador McKinney talking about what's happened internally, and Bill Burns, the highest ranking Foreign Service officer for this generation, been Deputy Secretary of State, now head of Carnegie Endowment, has written on this. But again, it goes, we in the universities have been trying to think about what we can do. We've actually done pretty well getting people going into the military, feeling they can have careers in a variety of ways in that. And I just think in the foreign, and NGOs are also very important careers. But anyway, that's been a particular concern of mine because it links the academic and the policy world.
Thanks for that. We did have another question from Adam, also asking about staffing issues. And he asks, many administration appointees have been acting and or positions not even filled under Trump. So do you think future administrations will suffer similar challenges in current circumstances? And perhaps just add to that, just this issue of staffing an administration with all these acting positions. Is that something that we're likely to see in the future to get around confirmation hearings and so forth?
Is there consensus on the reason? Is the reason to avoid confirmation hearings?
I'm not entirely sure that is actually the case in Trump, but that's I think one of the reasons. But Andrew, sorry.
I mean, it's also often reported in the press that he prefers to keep people in acting positions so that they don't feel so secure in that position. So he can get rid of them more easily and kind of hold that over them. But yeah, I guess who knows exactly what he's thinking.
And he changes people so often, that even if you're serious about confirmation, it's hard to get trains rolling and stuff. I think that, so one of the things to watch if Trump loses the election, one of the things really to watch is going to be the, as they say, the la violencia política, the civil violence, which I'm quite about. But it's going to be the use, the burrowing in is the term they use, of all sorts of Trump appointees. And there have been some stories lately, and I'm not a lawyer, about changing some of the rules of the civil service to make these people less vulnerable to being replaced. I mean, all of that fundamentally violates the norms of the system. And, no Republican or Democratic president previously has ever done it in this way to such an extent, violating fundamental norms and practices. So there'll be a lot written on that, and a lot of attention to that between the election and the inauguration, if that's where we go.
If I can say something about if Trump is reelected. So I think many people are hoping that that Biden will be elected so that the Trump era can be treated as an anomaly. And I'm not the first person to say that's probably not possible, because Trump has broken so many norms and said so many things that shouldn't have been said. You can't pretend it didn't happen, particularly because someone like him could be elected in the future. So the Pandora's box has been opened. But I also, I think it's really, really fascinating to try to look at this in terms of sort of my favorite subject, which is this idea of American exceptionalism, which I define as a sort of identity or narrative that Americans have about themselves and their country and their role in the world and their meaning in world history, right? And as Bruce says, there's generational differences in how Americans view themselves and how much they sort of buy into this. Although I assume that has been the case throughout American history. There's not always polling for every era, and that it has varied between groups. I can imagine that, for instance, sort of white Americans and Black Americans have differed maybe in how they have viewed this issue. So I'm thinking, just because the younger generation is more skeptical of this idea of exceptionalism, which can be, I think, is a healthy thing, for me, that doesn't translate into them not being on board with the United States having some sort of important role internationally. Just that it can't look like what it used to look like. They don't want it to look like the way it used to look, because they're not buying that traditional story of the U.S. always being a force for good in eras such as the Cold War and such. But in my thinking, I actually think Obama sort of had it kind of right. He was very forceful in his rhetoric. He talked a lot about American exceptionalism, but he also had a much more, or he attempted a sort of refurbishing and somewhat of a retrenchment or recalibration anyway of the U.S. role in the world. And what's so ironic to me is that in many ways, I think Obama's long-term goals were not unlike many goals that people who voted for Trump are, but they, for some reason, don't recognize the similarities. Of course, there's a huge difference in rhetoric and style and all of that stuff. But to my mind, some of these complex challenges with sort of the American identity and the role in the world and the progressive versus the realist versus the old timers can be possibly united in a sort of Obama 2.0 attempt or vision of the world. An Obama-Biden restoration, there you have it.
If I can just I think that's a really interesting point. Millennials are not isolationists, they're internationalists, but their conception of America's role is much less heavily military. And even in relation, and doesn't assume we always have the best ideas, right? I mean, I talk about COVID, and you look around the world. So I was in Australia when this hit, and the government there, conservative government, which had been terrible on the bushfires, has done really well. And there was an outbreak in Melbourne, Victoria recently, but they quashed it and actually did it quicker than they anticipated. So you've got a conservative government in Australia, a liberal government, New Zealand. I know Germany's gone up lately, but a centrist government. And so the notion that America always has the best idea, this it doesn't threaten their self-concept. They're not anti-American. They're much more open to that. The American exceptionalism is so fascinating. It's been you can trace it through history, but it's been invoked much more. Actually, the United States started invoked that when things started to go bad, right? So the way I've been sort of thinking and writing about that is that what I've been calling the apart, atop, amidst view of American history, that for much of our history, we were kind of apart from the world behind the two oceans, and we weren't totally isolationists, but we'd engage kind of when we wanted to. Pulled into World War I, 3 years late, World War II, 2+ years late. And then we were atop the world in the post this Cold War. We felt like we diplomatically, ideologically, technologically, et cetera, we were. I think what America is trying to struggle with is the notion of being amidst the world, shaping it, and being shaped by it. And speaking to that in political culture is tricky, because you can't say we're always number one. But I actually think that's the struggle. And you're right, Hilde, there is a sense of, among some of the Trump supporters, they're reacting to that differently than progressives are. But I think that's the great challenge for the United States, that we probably will remain more powerful than most countries. We're not sitting atop the world. It's going to be various kinds of collaborative leadership, or others take the lead. Your former Prime Minister, Gro Harlem Brundtland, massively reformed the WHO when she was head of it. So anyway, that's where we are, and I think that American exceptionalism is going to be, of course, we got some things going for us, but so do other countries too.
revolutionary idea.
Sorry, Andrew, did you have a?
Well, yeah, just a couple of quick points, if that's okay. So on the Adam's question was about political appointees and whether we might continue to see a lot of figures in acting positions. I think if there's another Trump administration, yes. If there's a Biden administration, then we have to consider that the politics of the Senate is going to be very up in the air, potentially. You know, if the administration if Senate Democrats move to try to end the filibuster, you know, there's various permutations of possible election results. So we might have Biden in a Republican Senate or Biden in a Democratic Senate. And I think that, you know, one big unknown here is what a post-Trump Republican Party looks like. So I definitely don't think that we can expect to enter an era of bipartisan consensus. But I think that there's still a spectrum of opposition and attempts to frustrate Biden that we're not quite sure where they're going to come out on that spectrum. But you know, if the Trumpification of the Republican Party continues, which seems to me, well, it depends on the result, but seems to me very, very likely, then I think that, you know, this kind of the political dysfunction that's caused by this polarization is going to continue to mean, you know, a deadlocked Senate and not many appointees. I just want to make just a real quick point about the views of millennials. What I think is interesting about the foreign policy views of that generation is how we can track it through the events that they've lived through. And the international challenges that they have kind of come of age with. And I do wonder sometimes if external events could shift the needle a little bit. And, you know, I especially am concerned about, as Bruce mentioned very near the beginning, the kind of new Cold War China rhetoric that is to some extent emerging as a bipartisan issue. Well, yeah, sorry, it is definitely emerging as a bipartisan issue. And if it kind of becomes locked in that, you know, China is the new enemy and we're talking about all the malicious things China is doing all the time and, you know, China is acting aggressively, then I don't know. I think that would be kind of a new experience for the millennial generation. And then I wonder how their views will come out.
So I've got 3 questions that I would like to ask now, 2 of which are specific on specific policy issues, one of which was actually asked in the previous session, which Bruce partially answered, I think, in his comments, but I'll just sort of throw it out there for everybody else to take a stab at as well. And all of these questions relate to a Biden administration, so nothing to do with Trump per se. And the first one has to do with how far Biden is going to take climate change policy. So what sort of changes are likely, and how far is he going to potentially push that issue? The second question has to do with U.S. policy in the Middle East. A question from Anna. She asked about a mediating role for the U.S. in Israel-Saudi relations. But at the very least, we could perhaps talk about how a Biden administration might approach whether some sort of mediating role, but more generally, its relations with both Israel and Saudi Arabia. We talked a little bit about that in the previous panel, but again, I'd be curious about your opinion. And the third issue has to do with the reaction to a Biden victory, especially in Europe. I mean, as we saw, for example, when after the end of the Bush administration and Obama comes into office, he's sort of riding this wave of approval. He's not Bush, and suddenly he becomes very, very popular. Opinions of U.S. foreign policy become very popular pretty much overnight. Will we see something similar to that? And to what extent do you see Biden riding a wave, if I could put it like that, riding a positive wave to try to achieve something with that, whether that's trying to wipe out the past or something else, or actually any substantive policy goals that he might have in mind? Again, I know I mentioned in the last session, there's this idea of the Biden camp that they want to have a summit of democracies, for example, and I'm sort of curious about how that might tie together if it does. Maybe a virtual conference, who knows? I'd just be curious about your thoughts on any of those issues.
There's going to be some arguing over that invite list, isn't there?
Yes.
I'm going to leave most of the answers to Bruce and Andrew. I just wanted to have one quick comment on future U.S.-Israeli relations under a Biden administration, because I think the U.S.-Israeli relationship is one of the issues where the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and the sort of old school foreign policy establishment disagree maybe the most. And it's been really fascinating to follow the sort of public discourse on Israel and Palestine in the U.S. develop, because it has changed so drastically in quite a short amount of time. And one of the things that was most surprising to me in 2016 was to experience Bernie Sanders talking about Israel and Palestine in a way that you really hadn't heard from any other mainstream presidential candidate. But so there is potential there for something transformative, but I'm not sure that is something that a Biden administration would want to spend time, money, and energy on, given all of the challenges that they would be facing, both domestically but also internationally. So there's potential, but I'm not sure that there's any time to do anything about it. In terms of a European reaction to Biden, let's not maybe rewrite history completely. I think there was quite a lot of skepticism towards Obama from Europe, not because of who he was or anything like that, but because he was perceived as not being as interested in Europe as all previous American presidents. And there was, in fact, a lot of hand-wringing and some rather panicked channels in the European national security circles on what would this mean that Obama didn't seem so interested in the transatlantic relationship. But certainly, were Biden to be elected, there would be, I think, very positive feelings from most European countries.
Yes, I remember specifically with regards to the UK, where I was living at the time. There was this great fear removing Churchill's bust from the White House and that sort of thing, that the UK was now down on the priority list compared to what it had been under the Bush administration, of course.
Well,
Trump's first...
the UK is now worried about the same thing if with the Biden administration.
But Bruce?
Yeah, I mean, just to go through your list quickly, the politics of climate change have fundamentally changed. You know, so people are interested. I wrote an article recently in Washington Quarterly called "Refocusing U.S. Grand Strategy on Pandemic and Climate Change Issues," and there's a lot of poll data in there that shows, you know, how the American public, not just Democrats, have changed. Partly because climate change is here and now. I mean, having another hurricane as we speak in Louisiana, in the Gulf. And also the notion that you see among, even on Wall Street, that it can be green both ways. Some of the biggest hedge funds now are moving out of fossil fuel investments, right? And so the Green New Deal is an umbrella concept. I mean, there are parts of it that kind of like a Christmas tree. But the notion that you can have, you know, you can be pro-economy and pro-climate change. And even with, you know, as technology is advanced, you know, you look at wind and solar, they become more, they become cheaper and more price competitive. So climate change politics are ripe for major initiative at home and abroad. The democracies issue, Jeff, in your last panel, I total skeptic on that. You know, overemphasizes the commonality of interest among the autocracies. Russia and China, plenty of issues between them. We can work with autocracies. We did during the Cold War. We have with China on climate change. We did it on Iran. And as a couple of people said, you know, who gets invited and who doesn't? You know, I think it's really, I don't like that issue at all, and I'm hoping the Biden people don't go there. On the Middle East, yeah, there's some major recalibrations that need to be done with the Saudis. Saudis have been a bigger cause of terrorism than any single country, Iran included, going back to 9/11. And with the Israelis, I think the United States will maintain its commitment to Israel in a fundamental way. And I think the Bernie Sanders part of that progressiveness, I think they're out there on their own. I think the Elizabeth Warren part is a little bit closer to that. But we have to think about what our interests are, and that's what Obama did. Our interests were, we wanted an Israeli-Palestinian agreement. We wanted an Iran deal, and we're going to have to follow our interests. Last point on Europe, which I'll defer to my colleagues, but I do feel sometimes our European friends sometimes blame us for too much and then want us to be too much the solution. Kind of what I said at the outset, I think as we move forward, let's really rethink what the right relationship is within the Western alliance that fits the third decade of the 21st century. It's adapted from what it was in the Cold War. We're still friends, but let's really rethink that because I do think it needs some fundamental rethinking.
Yeah, just to add a few quick points. So to start with Europe, I think that what Hilde said was really true about the more skepticism of Obama in Europe, and what we saw during the Obama administration, I think, was popular adoration but elite skepticism, and I think this time that we're going to see elite adoration, at least initially, but more popular indifference to Biden. He's not as exciting a figure as Obama was. And we also have to think about the ways that the politics of Europe has changed since 2008, and there are now ethno-nationalist populist movements, playing a bigger role in American politics. Skepticism of in European politics, skepticism of the transatlantic alliance is playing the same role. And Britain has this incredibly convoluted situation that we're all familiar with, that's going to really affect how they relate to a Biden administration. I'm sat in the Netherlands right now, where we have an ambassador, Piet Hoekstra, who has been very vocal in his support of populist movements here, even hosting a fundraiser for the Populist Party at the American Embassy, and those factions, which are actually influential in European politics nowadays, are not going to be happy with the Biden administration. And there are a lot of center-right parties that are competing with those populist parties for voters, and that's going to influence them to an extent. On the Middle East, in answer to the specific question that was posed, it's hard for me to imagine the Biden administration doing much for Saudi Arabia. And also, I think, I really defer to Bruce on this, but it seems from where I'm sat that Bibi Netanyahu has succeeded to some extent in making support for Israel a partisan issue, or he's driven in his flagrant attempts to shore up Trump. It seems that he has annoyed many Democratic politicians and officials. And I do think that we're going to see a recalibration in the Middle East. I mean, there's a long-running inertia in this policy of alliance with the Sunni autocracies and hostility towards Iran. I'm not sure that Biden can overturn that entirely, but I think we are going to see, and we need a recalibration.
Andrew, thank you for that. I've got two more questions, one about Biden, one about Trump. The one about Trump is if the Democrats take Congress, how will a Trump administration, specifically his foreign policy, have to deal with that rather than having the Republicans in control of the Senate? So how will a White House-Congress relationship on foreign policy issues change potentially under a second Trump term? And the question about Biden sort of has to goes to this sort of general sort of old joke in sort of political affairs, which is that political parties have these great political manifestos, but then as soon as they come into office, they more or less forget about their manifestos and their promises. And do you see that potentially happening with a Biden administration? I guess sort of the underlying question is, what should surprise us? That's what isn't in the manifesto now we might expect to see when if he comes into office. That's quite a speculative question, but I'd be quite curious to hear your views on.
I can briefly say something about the Senate. What are the odds that the Democrats will take the Senate but Trump keeps the White House? I don't see that happening. But the flip side, of course, is that if Biden wins the White House but Democrats don't take the Senate, then it's 2 years of abject tragedy, because nothing will happen. It will be a high level of conflict, but a low level of results that could make either side happy. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I guess I would say, again, I have a hard time separating heart and head when it comes to next Tuesday. But I do remember 1980, where not only did Reagan beat Carter, which kind of people sort of saw coming, the Republicans had this huge wave in the Senate that people didn't see coming, and a lot of supposedly secure Democrats lost their seats. That's possible for next Tuesday. For a variety of reasons. And I think polling data has been raising that possibility while trying to correct itself for the mistakes it made last time. So I don't see, I think Democrats have a real good chance. I think the test will be the filibuster. I put a little note in there about a forthcoming book that my son's written about the filibuster, and he actually worked for Deputy Chief of Staff for Senator Harry Reid, so he knows inside baseball better than I do. I think the test will be, the only way you can get things done is if you get rid of the 60-vote supermajority, which is used all the time. And historically, it's never been used as much as it's been used lately. So it's not like going back to change the Constitution. So that's it. On your other question, Jeff, I mean, the platforms are political documents. And right now, the transition team is working very hard on all sorts of briefing books on policy proposals that go into, more depth than platforms do. I think now between the pandemic and climate change, that those are in Joe Biden's sweet spot because they can link the international and the domestic, help the economy, and do things that help the American people. So I actually think they will define the agenda, and I think he will be able to get a lot of initial political capital internationally by supporting NATO, talking about climate change, talking about Iran, et cetera. And then that will buy him some time to think about where he might want to really make some big changes or breakthroughs, and again, it's hard to know whether that'll happen because a lot of things will happen, but that's my sense.
Yeah, and I would just echo those comments, and I would be interested to see how, I'm interested in the stance that Biden ultimately takes towards China. I think that's one of the most complex issues that's going to be in his inbox, and he's going to be pulled in many different directions. And I don't have a good handle on that yet. It's very important, and it's not necessarily going to be a big part of this first wave of priorities, which is going to be all about COVID stimulus bill. So that's what I wonder about his China policy.
Thank you. I see that we're now at the 6:15 mark, precisely at the 6:15 mark. So I'm going to close up this session. But thank so much our great panelists, Bruce, Hilde, and Andrew, for all of your excellent comments and your remarks at the start. Really appreciated, and thank you so much for all your. And I look forward to personally staying in touch with all. And for everybody else, a big round of applause, of course. And we will reconvene in 15 minutes for the final session of today's workshop. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you guys for inviting me.
Thanks very much, and to the audience as well. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you very much.
So I think we'll start off this session, the third and final panel for this evening. I would first like to introduce, it's a truly tremendous honor for me to be able to welcome Professor Sir Lawrence Freedman. Laurie is Professor Emeritus of War Studies at King's College London. And on a personal note, he's been my academic mentor going back some 18 years. Apart from the field of war studies, to say that his knowledge on all major public policy issues is extensive would be a gross understatement. Anyone who has been working in the field of international affairs will be familiar with his work. The list is quite long, but I will just cite 3 works. Kennedy's Wars, Strategy, History, and one that I can particularly recommend and encourage you to buy, The Evolution of Nuclear Strategy, the 4th edition. Next, we have Charles Powell, the director of the Real Instituto Elcano in Madrid, a professor of contemporary history at San Pablo University. His research focuses on a great many issues, but I think two that really stand out as far as their relevance to tonight's discussion, the first being the history and evolution of Spanish-American relations, as well as your work on the liberal international order, and I'm quite curious to hear your views about both. And last, Sven Biscop, who is director of the Europe in the World program at the Egmont Institute in Brussels, and professor at the University of Ghent, and a well-known commentator and wit, especially on all matters to do with European strategy. So I very much look forward to this third and final panel for this evening. For those of you who are listening, please have questions prepared for about half an hour from now, and I look forward to hearing what all three of you have to say. So I'll turn it over to Laurie first, and then Charles, and then Sven.
Well, thanks very much for inviting me, Jeff, and note that you're far too modest to mention the co-author of The Evolution of Nuclear Strategy, 4th edition, which is you, Jeff. Let me, so I'm going to start on the assumption of a Biden win. I know this is considered to be too dangerous and risks putting a hex on the result, but I think if it isn't a Biden win, then the polling industry is ruined forever. So I'm assuming a Biden win. I think it makes a difference whether it's a big win or a little win, because there are risks with a very tight result. But that's not what I'm going to talk about. But I think it is relevant in one sense. Now, the way this issue is getting framed at the moment tends to be one as a warning to Europeans not to assume that with a Biden victory, we go back to the Obama years. Obama was far more popular in Europe than he was in the United States. He represented what a lot of Europeans hoped America could be, and then Trump comes along and does the opposite. So there's this warning that Biden is a nice man. He's a decent fellow, but things have moved on since 2016, and they have in a number of areas. But one of the things I want to argue is actually we will be going back a bit. It isn't, I don't think, going. I think Biden's intent will be to make the last 4 years seem more like an aberration, and in critical ways. For example, reinforcing the Atlantic Alliance, avoiding the silly trade disputes that were unnecessary and caused difficulty over the last 4 years. In those sort of ways, we'll be picking up a bit where we left off. And where we left off, people need to remember, was grumbles from the Americans about limited defense expenditure in Europe. So that theme was already there. Will carry on. Where we left off, again, was concern about the forever wars, a concern about getting involved in conflicts where it was very difficult to see how we could resolve them on our terms. And that didn't really do much to disrupt that, so that will continue. And we'll look to see what happens with the talks with the Taliban in Afghanistan. But I think there's something that's really very important about the change, which takes us away from the normal discourse in foreign policy, is that Trump in himself has come to represent a very dystopian vision of what can happen to Western democracy. So on the one hand, we have held to the United States, despite all its flaws, all its irritation, all its quirks, as representing this combination of both a superpower and a thriving, lively, vibrant democratic society. And the challenge to that over the last 4 years, and the challenge, which is why I think the issue of the ease with which Biden wins is still important. The challenge, even up to the last moments of the election, is a very real one, which is why I think you're finding most Europeans, to the extent they're interested in politics, glued to the becoming experts in the difference between winning the vote in the electoral college and all of these sorts of things, because they sense the importance of this for the future of Western democracy. And I don't think putting it too high. 4 more years of this, and the worst tendencies in American society will have been magnified even more. And NATO, I think, the things that we associate with the post-war order will be beyond repair. I think we've got a chance to repair, partly because people geared themselves to the idea that this might be over within 4 years. If it's not, I think there will be a sort of almost giving up on the Atlantic Alliance. So I think that's not a trivial aspect. I think it's an important part of what we're watching for. Let me just say a bit about the EU side, and particularly because it's me, the UK side. I think there's an odd debate going on in the UK at the moment as to whether or not the Johnson government wants Trump or Biden to win, as if it had much of a choice. And the point about this is it's many people assume that Trump and Johnson are peas of the same pod, that they're very similar in ideology and instincts. I don't think that's actually wholly true. They've both come to power on the wave of similar sentiments. But I think if you actually look at the British foreign policy agenda, putting aside for the moment Brexit, it's actually very close to the European mainstream. This is true on climate change, it's true on Iran, it's true on Arab Israel. I think on most all of these things, it's true, and therefore it's actually be much easier for the UK if Biden wins. Now, Biden's people may have enough to have very long memories of offensive things Johnson has said about Obama and so on. He said offensive things about lots of people. But in terms of practical policy, there's actually quite a lot that the British and the Americans need to work on next year. Britain chairs the G7. There's the big climate change conference scheduled for Glasgow in November. So I think that there's quite a lot to work on. And much of this in the discourse depends on views about trade. Now, the UK certainly wants a trade deal with the United States. Actually, I think it's easier to get one with Biden than with Trump, largely because of the House. I mean, all the discussions in the UK seem to forget the role of Congress in approving a trade deal. And a Democrat House and a Democrat president would probably agree. I just don't think it's going to be much of a Biden priority. And I think that's also true for an EU-US deal. The one that was being negotiated again under Obama, that was abandoned as soon as Trump came in, was not that popular amongst Democrats, and it was not that popular in the States, and not that popular amongst Europeans. So and actually it's quite hard to agree a trade deal with the EU, because there's just so many factors involved. So I don't think the problem is going to be Biden going for an EU deal before a UK one. I just don't think trade is going to be, in that sense, is going to be a big priority. And if there is a priority area, it's more likely to be in the Pacific than it will be with the EU. I think just a final point, just to keep in mind. I mean, one of the things we have missed over the last few years is American leadership. I mean, one can overstate the importance of American leadership, but you sure notice it when it's missing. And that's very evident on COVID. If you think of past pandemics, the US was always to the fore in the management of international pandemics, not walking away from the World Health Organization, which it's done, which is what it did this year. Lots of issues, lots of small conflicts, big conflicts that are going on at the moment. The Americans are barely involved, and one reason for that is the hollowing out of the administration. It's a very threadbare administration, not particularly competent. And one of the things that will be very interesting, and I suspect people will be watching for it almost as soon as the, assuming that it is confirmed, is just watching for the appointment, who's going to get the jobs. And the sense one has is that a lot of work has already gone on amongst the Biden people to identify those who are going to go in the key posts. And I suspect they will be doing, there's limits to what they can do if you obey the rules in the way the Trump administration didn't actually obey the rules. But if you do obey the rules, they can't do a lot until the 20th of January. But you will nonetheless, I think, be seeing Europeans and allies trying to work out what these appointments mean and looking forward to a situation where you could go to Washington when there was an international problem and expect a response that would actually be helpful. So I think, after some pretty traumatic times and after a very traumatic year, we should look on what I still assume to be the result in a positive way. It won't take us back to 2016. You can't rewind history, but it will at least allow us, I think, to reverse some of the worst effects of the last few years.
Laurie, thank you very much for that. I'll now turn it over to Charles. Excuse me.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for your invitation. Good afternoon, buona tarde, and buenas tardes from Madrid, Spain. Since we've been asked to talk about the foreign policy implications of the US elections for Europe, I'd like to start with a very obvious but important point, which is that European public opinion would very much prefer Biden to win. We aren't really talking about public opinion too much this afternoon, I think. We have ample evidence for this. Pew, the research center, carried out a very interesting poll in September, which shows that Europeans have less confidence in Trump than in Putin or in Xi Jinping, which is really quite extraordinary. Confidence in Trump is running at 19% in the UK, 16% in Italy and Spain, 11% in France, and 10% in Germany. So this is really quite, I think, unparalleled. It's actually worse than President Bush 43's popularity at the height of the Gulf War. And this is important in my mind because it's also affecting perceptions of the US itself, which again are at their lowest point in the last 2 decades. So only, for example, 26% of Germans and 31% of Frenchmen now have a favorable opinion of the United States. Even in the UK, that's gone down to 41%. And what basically this suggests is that confidence in the US as a reliable partner has plummeted during the last few years. Partly, of course, this has even been aggravated by the Trump administration's handling of the pandemic. And there's also a very useful European Council on Foreign Relations poll that I suggest people look at, which shows very clearly that Europeans did not look to the United States for help, and that was just as well, since there was no help forthcoming. Now, consequently, I think it's understandable, therefore, that we Europeans should be following these elections with a mixture of apprehension and hope. So let me start very quickly with a possible impact of a second Trump mandate, unlikely though that may be, according to the polls. If I can play the devil's advocate for a second, of course, you could argue that a second Trump term might be very good for European integration. In other words, that Trump would effectively act as a sort of external federator, and many Europeans might shift from strategic patience to strategic autonomy, if you will. Of course, it's very difficult to predict what this second Trump term would actually look like. will we get more of the same, or would this be Trump unleashed? And as several of you were saying, and the previous panelists discussed, this will partly depend on what happens in Congress. But assuming there is a second Trump mandate administration, obviously I think the most important thing from a European point of view would be that this would lead to a rapid escalation of the US-China rivalry. Europe would not be able to stand by, and therefore it would be in increasing danger of suffering collateral damage. I think both NATO and EU would be expected to side more forcefully with Washington in conflicts over trade and technology with China by a second Trump administration. And it's very likely, I think, that the US would probably try to engage in a certain amount of cherry picking, developing stronger bilateral ties with some EU member states than others, provoking and deepening the very considerable divisions that already exist within the EU. And this, I think, would be particularly worrying if Trump sought to make US security guarantees conditional on economic or political concessions by the EU. For example, I think Trump, too, would probably seek to exploit Central and Eastern European concerns about Russian revisionism, even more so than he has already. Inevitably, there would be even more friction with France and Germany. He would inevitably increasingly clash with President Macron, who, as we all know, is now very strongly committed to a rather expansive notion of strategic autonomy. He, of course, will be in office until at least May 2022. And of course, the relationship with Germany would probably deteriorate further. Of course, Angela Merkel will be leaving in the autumn of next year. It's quite remarkable. If you remember, she is now on her third US president. She really gets through them. And the three big issues that have contaminated that relationship, defense, trade surpluses, and China, would still be on the table. But let's assume this nightmare is not going to happen. Let's assume that there is a Biden victory. I suppose there are two basic scenarios. The scenario that Lawrence, to some extent, has been talking about, sort of back to some version of the pre-2016 world, which might lead to friendly coexistence, that though perhaps without much real clout or relevance as far as Europe is concerned. And there is an alternative scenario, and I admit that I'm not very optimistic that this will actually come about, but I wanted to put it out there, and I think Sven has written things in the same vein, which is that we might move towards a renewed transatlantic relationship. The problem, of course, is that there may not be too much appetite for this in Washington, since I think we all agree this is going to be a very domestically centered, domestically driven presidency. So what is Europe expecting from a Biden administration? Well, first of all, a renewed commitment to multilateral organizations, which has, if anything, more necessary now than before the pandemic. And Biden's commitment to WHO is encouraging. Secondly, a return to the Paris Climate Agreement. Again, that seems to be on the cards. Thirdly, a return to the Iran nuclear deal, also on the cards as long as Tehran resumes full compliance. And this is less important, but I suppose Europeans, fourthly, would be happy with the idea of this summit of world democracies, which Bruce was poo-pooing in the previous panel. But I think that sort of ties in rather nicely with Macron's notion of an alliance of democracies, which French diplomats have been pushing for some time. But above all, more importantly, Europeans will expect Biden to work much more closely and effectively with NATO and the EU. And as far as NATO is concerned, I think, as has been mentioned, the Biden administration will continue to pressure European members of the alliance to spend more of defense, according to the Cardiff criteria. The difference, obviously, will be partly one of style. It will be done more elegantly, with greater subtlety, but also hopefully in a more constructive manner. In other words, criteria other than the 2% GDP threshold should be given a greater salience, and ideally they should take into account countries' actual contributions to global peace and security in a much broader sense. We, I think, should ask ourselves a few difficult questions. For example, would a Biden administration be willing to step in some of the following circumstances? If, for example, Turkey uses force to press its continental shelf claims in the Eastern Mediterranean, if Lebanon descends into civil strife and famine, prompting a flood of refugees. Remember, of course, that Lebanon has received 2 million refugees itself. Or Would it intervene in the proxy war in Libya, which is currently pitting the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and Russia against Turkey and Qatar, if that escalated? Finally, would Biden intervene if Russia intervened in Belarus to crush the opposition once and for all? These are, I think, my answer to all of those is that it is unlikely. And in that sense, perhaps people are right when they say that we wouldn't see too many differences between Biden administration and what we've seen from Trump. In a sense, my point is that Europeans have to be careful what they wish for, because Biden would obviously expect Europe and NATO to carry more of the security burden in the Middle East in particular. What about relations with the EU? We assume that Biden would regard the EU not as a global, not as an economic rival, but as a global partner. It wouldn't, above all, seek to undermine the EU. It wouldn't reward the UK for Brexit. And I think Biden in particular, because of his Irish background, will remain very alert to the possible impact of Brexit on the island of Ireland. And he's mentioned the Good Friday Agreement on a number of occasions. However, Biden may well be much more protectionist than the EU, or most of the EU, would like. His emphasis is on fair trade, not on free trade. TTIP is dead, and Biden is not going to revive it. But there are things that we could do together. The EU could try to renew trade talks, perhaps by showing more flexibility on agriculture and aerospace subsidies. At least once Washington has scrapped its punitive tariffs on EU goods. And in return, perhaps the EU could seek a US commitment to forego the use of extraterritorial secondary sanctions to penalize foreign companies accused of breaching US national sanctions, for example, in places like Iran, but also a place that worries Spanish companies, Cuba. And finally, we might actually try to negotiate a bilateral trade in services agreement. To conclude, what would this more ambitious, renovated transatlantic relationship that I've been talking about look like? I think there are 5 things that we might explore. The top priority for any American administration, obviously, is going to be China. So therefore, for the EU, ours should also be a transatlantic relationship that deals with at least some of the challenges posed by China. In June, HRVP Josep Borrell proposed the launching of an EU-US bilateral dialogue on this. It hasn't really got anywhere so far because everyone's waiting for the elections, but it could be launched in January under a Biden presidency. The EU and the US could, for example, boost cooperation on things like investment screening and export controls, and also on connectivity and infrastructure development, basically so as to try to provide a credible alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative. The second area that might be explored is one that deals with the challenges posed by weak multilateral institutions. And here I'm basically talking about reforming the WTO, not just to deal with China's challenge to the rules and to make sure that China plays by those rules, but more generally, because we need to strengthen the WTO in our own interest as much as anything else. Thirdly, this renewed transatlantic relationship should be able to deal with the challenges posed by emerging technologies. And I won't bore you with the details I have in mind, but everything from data protection, regulation to cybersecurity. And I think this is very important because technology is rapidly emerging as the key arena, I think, for greater transatlantic action. So digital taxation, for example, will remain controversial. And perhaps the EU should agree to hold off, this is controversial, of course, on implementing digital taxes if the US re-engages in a good faith negotiation of corporate taxation principles at the OECD with a proper fixed deadline. And fourthly, this would be a transatlantic relationship that deals with the challenges posed by the next health pandemic. We haven't overcome this one. And of course, the whole question of how we deal with the vaccine, if and when they exist, is important. But basically, it's clear that we need to reduce our dependence on China for critical medical supplies and equipment. There are lots of ways of doing this. Liberalizing current transatlantic restrictions, for example, on medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. We could also reinforce integrated supply chains across the Atlantic. And finally, the fifth and last area where this renewed transatlantic relationship would have to deliver is basically one that answers the challenges posed by the need to deliver post-pandemic transatlantic economic growth. In other words, if we believe that the liberal international order begins at home, we need to try to ensure that our economies deliver better. We need to ensure that they serve our societies better, because otherwise, frankly, our political systems may not survive the test. There are a number of practical things the EU could suggest in this regard. For example, giving the Green Deal, the EU's Green Deal, a transatlantic dimension, and also perhaps trying to use the next generation EU package in this sense as well. So to conclude, if Biden wins, it may be a return to something akin to what we had before 2016, and a relationship which probably Europeans wouldn't find all that satisfactory, because we expect more from the United States. But there is an alternative. As I said at the beginning, I'm not terribly optimistic that this will happen, but an alternative vision is for a stronger, renewed transatlantic relationship for the 21st century. Thank you.
Charles, thank you very much indeed. You've certainly given us quite a lot to think about in all those different areas where you might see that might contribute to a renewed transatlantic relationship. Quite a bit to think about. I'll now turn over to Sven to give us your views.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you also for the invitation. Great pleasure and honor to be with Lawrence, Freedman, and Charles, and with you, of course. I will confess that, I mean, I assume that for Spanish habits it's still very, but for me in Brussels it's dinner time actually. So I'm quite hungry, and therefore I had my start already. For me, this is quite literally taking place entre la soupe et les patates, as they say. As they say. I mean, let us be hopeful and assume that Biden will win. And I think there's a big chance that we will behave as we did once we knew that Obama had won the election for his first term. That is to say, we would sit and wait, and we would wait for Biden to announce all his programs. And then we would realize, as Charles also said, that he would actually probably be not so interested. And that, that we would be a secondary theater, since the focus would be on Asia. A couple of months into Biden's term, we would start complaining. We would be disappointed, and we would soon forget how unhappy we were with the Trump administration. Rather than instead, putting our agenda on the table properly. So my argument would be that we ought to, as if it didn't matter. Of course it does, but we ought to behave as if it did. Make sure that whoever is the president of the US, we can look out for our own interests. But I think for way too long we have seen the fact that we're in alliance with the US as an excuse to bother about many things that we should be bothered. And we have learned time and again that actually do quite rightfully dare to solve all our problems. But yet still we continue to act as if the US cavalry will always. I very much agree with Charles on his assessment of what we could expect from a Biden administration. Certainly a reversal of Middle Eastern policy, and that then hope for partnership to try and stabilize the Gulf region in particular, where the EU doesn't want to pick sides. Iran and Saudi Arabia live in neither, but I don't think we need to support one against the other. We should try and find a regional geopolitical balance. I also think, though, that for many of the security issues in Northern Africa, it will be up to us to deal with that. I'm a bit more skeptical about Biden's approach to the multilateral institutions. I have the feeling that also there's a lot of transactionalism, to use the buzzword of the time, vis-a-vis multilateral. That the return may not be as swift as we would like, or as. What would definitely be a change, I think, is that Biden would have a much more negative attitude towards Russia. And we would not have to fear a sort of a Trump-Putin deal behind our back. But the really big question for me is the China policy. And I think still this is where there is a sort of structural divergence between the US and the EU happening. You find many on the US side who, to simplify it for the sake of argument, who see the problem as the fact in itself that China is a great power is problematic for them. And if that's your starting point, then that leads you to a rivalry without end that you cannot win. Because then the only thing that could then satisfy the US is if China would, we abandon foreign policy, abandon the Belt and Road Initiative, we pull out of Africa. Well, for domestic consumption, we'll continue to pretend that we're on, but don't worry, we'll do nothing. I mean, that's not, nor is an internal collapse of China very likely. So if the fact in itself that China is there as a power is seen as a threat, yeah, that's a never-ending rivalry. Whereas I think that the EU position for the moment is still a lot more nuanced, and is to say, well, it is natural that China is a great power. It need not be a problem. It all depends on how China uses that power. And there is still a chance China a common set of rules and create a rules-based that has enough space for every. Whereas if you try to create an international order with the explicit purpose of picking one of the great powers of the day, that will simply never fly, because the one who you try to keep outside will, of course, either try to get in or will try to pull down your bill. And so here I fear that even though a Biden administration might have a different style, that the substance of the policy towards China might not be very difficult, and that Europe will still work in the middle, being pressured by both Americans and Chinese to choose their side. And I very much hope, though, that we will stick to what High Representative Borrell has called the Sinatra doctrine, that we will do it our way, and that we will define our relationship with China and the US based on our assessment. Just an equidistant position. We are, of course, to the US, but it doesn't mean we have to align with either of them. We have to, on the euro. So for the EU to be able to or to begin to play this independent role, as one of the poles of a multipolar world, we have lines of action that we sort of stuck halfway in many. We want to affirm ourselves as an independent player, and in many instances we to upset and to irritate the Americans quite enough to then actually safeguard. Even on the Iran deal, there's a very clear and different from the. But when we try to put it into practice and we create instex, it doesn't work, because none of our companies trust the EU to be capable of shielding them from US extraterritorial sanctions. So we're sort of in a very uncomfortable half. On China too, we have our own line, but not yet to convince the Chinese that it's actually in their interest to seek that accommodation and to seek that compromise. I think we must be hopeful that this can still happen, and signal to the Chinese that we want to work with. But if they don't give us something to work with, then they should not be surprised if we take a more confrontational view, like the United States. We have put a lot in motion in terms of shielding sovereignty, which also mentioned in press and so on. But a lot more has to be. And to some extent, the EU is already divided between China's skeptical and the much more liberal camp. I think intellectualists are not so opposed between those two camps, but the perception is there. And finally, of course, we need to continue our efforts into, and this is probably where I'm the most disappointed, perhaps because this is what. But we have many new instruments to improve our capability to project power, but also to defend ourselves. But we're not using it. As I tend to say now, the EU is using Cisco like I use my smartphone. I'm a bit of an old-fashioned man, so I use my phone to actually. And if there's free Wi-Fi, I check my email. That's it. I use maybe 10% of the possibilities of my smartphone, and that's what we do at PES. To do some small, not too important cooperative equipment project, but we could do those already. That's why we had the European Defence Agency. So we're using PESCO as a sort of mini European defense. What we're not doing is what PESCO calls for. It's to harmonize our equipment and our needs for equipment. It's to harmonize defense and strategically deployable force packages, which means permanently integrated multinational. That's what should make a difference. But we're not talking about. The strategic review of PESCO that was scheduled for this autumn is taking place. And it's not even really a political debate. It's seen as a procedural issue. The box has to be ticked, and then we'll carry on. The EU has launched the drafting of a so-called strategic compass. I defer to Lawrence Freedman to define that. The strategic compass, it's a new term in the vocabulary. Even Germany, who has proposed it, doesn't quite know what. What the compass should tell us that we don't. But there's a chance here. I mean, I'm skeptical about the PESCO strategic. Get more precise. But the strategic compass is a chance, at least in defense field. What are actually the responsibilities that we are willing to assume even without the United States? In all of those scenarios, Charles, that you mentioned. And then, so there's a chance there, but it's absolutely not a given that it will go in. So the risk is all keep the strategic compass is only supposed to be finished by the French EU presidency, so 2022. So for at least 1 year, we'll have the impression that we're doing, and we might not end up with something very useful. Again, I think the EU has really sort of started to position itself as a player in its own right, with its own distinctive view, international politics and how they are. But we're in an uncomfortable halfway position now. We've differentiated ourselves from the US, but we translate our positions in effect on the ground and to our. Thank you.
Sven, thank you very much. Regrettably, I'm not sure if others had this problem as well, but my sound wasn't coming through terribly well, so I got about 3/4 of what you were saying, but not the whole 100%. But I did actually quite appreciate the reference to sort of the PESCO smartphone connection, which I think I'll have to use in the future myself. I only started using a smartphone about 1.5 years ago. I was rather late to it, and since then I've been addicted, but not really any better off for it. Maybe there's a similarity there. So just sort of as a broad plea, really, to everybody who has remained with us, now's your last chance to ask any questions. So I would encourage you to do so in the chat. There are a couple questions lined up already, but I would encourage you to ask some more. And I also have a couple of questions that were emailed to me separately, which I'll start off with, and then I'll get to Adam and Maria's point. So I guess the first question has to do with U.S.-Russia relations under a Biden presidency, and sort of the whole extent to which Russia will still be this looming threat in the background compared to perhaps what it has been seen to be in the past. And I sort of say that or ask that from the perspective of 3 developments which don't seem to work well in Putin's favor. The first being the coronavirus situation and its effect on the Russian economy. Second, Belarus, which clearly has implications for Russian domestic politics. And of course, third, losing this great ally in the West of Donald Trump. This sort of trifecta of developments in a very short space of time, and how you see that affecting Russian policy in the future towards the United States, and perhaps any views you might have on how Biden might approach Russia after the last 4 years and all the issues about election interference and so on. I'd be very curious about your views on that. Perhaps start with Laurie, then Charles, then Sven. That's all right.
Thanks. So quite interestingly, the other day, Putin made it clear that he was already hedging on Trump when he was given an opportunity to weigh into the Hunter Biden non-controversy and refused to do so. I think also the way that they started to handle the New Start issue as well. So I think we've had a couple of indications already that for all the reasons you've given, Jeff, the Russians are not in a great place at the moment. They're extended. I mean, they've taken on a lot. The developments in the Middle East, the Armenia-Azerbaijan business as well. There's a lot on Putin's plate, and he's not really handling any of it to any great satisfaction. As well as all the economic impact as well. And Ukraine's still stuck, and as it was almost in 2016, nothing's moved. Plus the fact that the association of Trump with Russia means that whereas in the past one might have expected a Democrat president to take a more liberal, forgiving approach to the Russians, the starting point is not that positive. So my guess is that Putin will try quite hard, not so much to ingratiate himself, but at least
Sorry, is it just me or have we lost Laurie?
Yes, we have.
All right, hopefully he'll come back in a moment. In that case, perhaps I could ask Charles and then Sven also comment.
Well, I agree with what Lawrence was saying. Let's not forget, by the way, and forgive my obsession with the Pew Research Center, but according to their polls, there is a remarkable gap between perceptions of Russia among Democrats and Republicans because of the post-2016 fallout. So Democrats are much more hostile to Russia and Putin, of course, than Republicans are. And of course, they take Russian meddling in domestic American politics much more seriously than Republicans seem to. So that in itself, I think, is one of the reasons why Biden will be quite tough on Russia. In other words, his base wouldn't allow him to move very fast on that front. But in any case, I don't think he really has anywhere to go. In other words, he can be more well, consistent at the very least in his relationship with Russia, but not much more probably. So Russia, I would say, is going to continue to be a source of irritation. They will keep up their disinformation campaigns and so on. And the final point I'd make is that a great deal will depend on Russia's difficult relationship with China. I think it's already been said on several occasions this afternoon. The relationship is not as comfortable or as close as many people have sometimes assumed. There is a lot of daylight between Russia and China on a lot of strategic issues. So I'm therefore quite confident that Biden wouldn't make that mistake. In other words, that he will, if anything, try to exploit their differences rather than force them to work closer together.
Thanks, Sven.
Yeah, maybe to start from where Charles left off on the China issue. I mean, in my conversations with Russian colleagues, I have the feeling that quite a few feel that their foreign policy is out of balance indeed, that they have tilted too far towards China, but for benefits that are doubtful, are not quite as grand as they had expected. And I hear many Russian colleagues say that they would like to sort of balance back, not to undo the relationship with China, but to restore good relations with Europe. But of course, they have maneuvered themselves into a dead end over Ukraine. And restoring good relations with Europe is not possible or ought not to be possible without some sort of deal on Ukraine, and then we are stuck. That is, of course, assuming that the EU will stick to its unanimous position and will not allow Russia to normalize relations without getting anything in return. I do have the feeling that the Democrats have a sort of there's a certain feeling of wanting to get their revenge on Russia. Maybe it's lessened over time, but it was very present after Hillary Clinton lost the election, I think, and well, that will certainly be gladly seen by all of the Eastern Europeans, I assume, plus by some others. Thanks.
Thank you. I have another question, which has to do with the whole notion of a honeymoon period if Biden becomes president. Sort of, how long does he have, perhaps riding on a wave of support, and everybody's very, very happy. Finally, Trump's out, before there's sort of a disillusionment sets in potentially if he doesn't actually take action quickly. And what sort of things would Biden have to do to actually maintain support in Europe? It's a rather broad question. I apologize for that.
It's okay. Well, I think there's a window of an opportunity. I mean, one of the problems, of course, is that the Macron Merkel tandem will be over soon, and in a sense, there isn't much point in him investing in that tandem for precisely that reason. But I think he has much of 2021 of his first year, and as long as he does some of the things that I mentioned and that they have more or less intimated that they will do, such as certainly strengthened the World Health Organization and other UN agencies, recommitting funding, make some sort of move on the Paris climate agreement, and begin talks on Iran. I think if there is some progress on those fronts in that first year by the autumn, I think that would be enough to buy him a lot of goodwill in Europe, frankly. The problem, of course, is that senior European leadership will be changing in 2022, and that early investment may be lost to some extent.
Thanks, Charles. Sven, did you have any points to raise on that issue?
I basically agree. I think there's a couple of steps that would have carry great symbolic weight also that he could do very, very early on. Then the more structural differences will begin to play out in the somewhat longer term, I fear. So I agree, basically.
I gather that Laurie is back. Laurie, can you hear me? Maybe not yet. Right, well, in that case, I'm going to turn to a question that Adam posed. He says, many thanks for your contributions. Question to the panel, do you think Europe and the EU, to transatlantic focus, including NATO, might be more missing in the middle, with on the one hand a US domestic focus, and on the other a China-Asia focus in a next possible Biden administration future foreign policy? Or another way of putting my question is, do we Europeans count, particularly also with the new brand of Brexit Britain?
Well, this takes me back to my very first thought when we started this conversation. Here we are racking our brains about how the next US administration is going to treat Europe, and of course, except among a very tiny community of North Americans, this is simply not an issue at all right now, as of yet. The asymmetry in the relationship remains astounding in that sense. Here is the whole of Europe on tenterhooks between now and the 3rd of November, holding our breaths to see what happens. and many North Americans simply don't realize that this is the way we perceive it. I'm not sure that I've understood the question correctly, but I think this is going to be a very inward-looking presidency, whoever wins. But certainly, if it's a Biden presidency, his priorities will be economic reconstruction. And of course, by the way, there are good business opportunities for Europe in that regard, because American infrastructure is still in pretty awful shape as it was in 2016. There's enormous potential for developments in green energy, etc., etc. But economic reconstruction is going to be Biden's top priority. Secondly, of course, I would say domestic social reconstruction. In other words, trying to strengthen social cohesion, trying to lessen inequality, trying to improve education, etc. He's already intimated this as well. And I go back to my liberal international order begins at home mantra. So if we Europeans can insert ourselves in those domestic concerns, then we may have some hope of playing a relevant role right from the very beginning in the Biden administration's plans. If not, if we are seen exclusively in defense and security terms, then, as I said at the beginning, we may be back to something similar to the comfort zone that we all inhabited before Trump. But that isn't necessarily a very comfortable or a very productive comfort zone anymore, because of the structural shifts that this person was referring to in his question. In other words, the rise of China. This is going to be a structural, systemic phenomenon from now on. And the China-US rivalry is going to be the dominating feature of international relations for the next 2 or 3 decades at least. Something I didn't mention earlier, which does concern me, is, and Sven, of course, is the real expert on NATO, but there may be a temptation on Europe's part to make ourselves useful to the Americans in this rather transactional way, that or modus vivendi that's developed over the years. Now, a US which is obsessed with China will basically want to see, what we're bringing to the table in terms of this China-US rivalry, and this may affect NATO, for example, and I think that would be dangerous and potentially very divisive. In other words, in an effort to prove to ourselves, to the Americans, and to the world that NATO is still an ongoing concern, some members of the European pillar of NATO may be tempted to try and meddle or take part in the China-US rivalry in a manner which may not necessarily be entirely compatible with genuine European interests. So I think this is just something I wanted to flag. In other words, how do we cope with the growing China-US rivalry and the obsession that any US president will have with China in the next couple of decades? That, I think, is one of Europe's biggest challenges.
Charles, thank you very much. I just asked Laurie, I'm not sure how much you were able to catch in the last few minutes.
So my computer suddenly just completely died. So I'm on my iPad. Apologies for I wasn't deliberately abandoning you. I heard can I come in on China, because I was hearing a bit on that, and I heard what Sven said before. Because I think I take a slightly different view. I think attitudes have changed a lot to China over the last 5 to 6 years, and I don't think the American concerns. I think the idea of Europe as somehow midway between China and the US isn't right. First, because I think the US has got to have a trading relationship with China, and there's a lot that Biden can do to handle some of the sillier aspects of the sanctions that that Trump put on China, which have hurt American farmers more than they've hurt China. So I suspect there's things that can be done there so that the economic aspects aren't as counterproductive as they have been. But I think there's a general recognition well beyond the US in two respects. There are, or I'll go further, there are a number of respects in which China is a challenge which we all have to address. I think the idea that somehow we can be not, I mean, I don't think I think, let me list these three areas. First, the Chinese readiness to take a slight with any criticism, and to try to censor discussion of Chinese issues, of Hong Kong or whatever, in Western countries. We've seen a lot of that, and I think this has to be resisted. Secondly, questions of IP, international property rights, the problems of major Chinese firms having a link with the states, with the Chinese state, which we've seen with IBEI and other issues, and lastly, the broad strategic thrust of Belt and Road Initiative or the Maritime Silk Road, which are about establishing China in very significant geostrategic positions, which it gives them important leverage over the development of future international affairs. Now, I don't think any of these are arguments for sort of declaring China as being an adversary with whom we have to contemplate a war. But I do think there are issues that require quite a strong and united Western approach. I think the idea of a divided West, while we tut at the Americans for taking China to being too nervous about China, while we're desperately trying to find ways of being nice to them, is the wrong approach. I'm not saying that's the approach the other panelists are suggesting, but I think I didn't hear enough to know whether it was or not. But I do think it's something, a stance we need to avoid. So we need to find to encourage a united Western approach to China, and the developments in Asia Pacific with the Quad now, where India and Japan and Australia and so on are working quite closely together because they see the importance of not allowing China to divide and rule. And if you talk to the Canadians or the New Zealanders or Australians, they've all had their spats with China, where they expect support from Europeans. So I think we need to recognize that China is another great power. Like all great powers, you can't pretend it doesn't exist or dismiss it or hope it'll go away. It's a growing and important feature. But equally, I think we have to make sure that we protect our own values and interests in the face of that. So I think how we work with the Americans on this, and Biden's certainly indicated that he's not. He has identified China as one of the big foreign policy issues for the administration. I hope that we will find ways to work with the administration on this, because there are some very serious problems that we face, and on a lot of questions on even in the Mediterranean, there's now quite a big Chinese presence around, so they have to be engaged. There has to be discussion, but I don't think it's going to be an easy partnership.
Thank you, Laurie. I'm going to ask everybody who's with us still, this will be the last opportunity for you to ask a question. So please, if you would like to, type it in now or forever hold your peace. In the meantime, I would actually ask 2 questions of each of the panelists. First has to do not so much with a foreign policy issue, but with a European domestic issue, which is the effect of a Trump defeat on European right. I'd be very interested to hear your views on that. Will this be some sort of catastrophic defeat? Will it have no impact whatsoever? and perhaps that will have some sort of effect on European politics for some countries more than others, but I'd be curious to hear about your opinions about that. The second question has to do with a Trump victory and the psychological impact that might have. I mean, at this stage in time, it's still a toss-up who will win. People think probably Biden is favored, but nevertheless, they don't know. So perhaps aren't going sort of the full, the whole hog, as it were, as far as thinking about what a second Trump term might actually entail and how policies would have to shift potentially. And sort of, I'm just curious in terms of what you think the psychological reaction will be to a Trump victory on next week, for whenever we actually find out when the result is, and sort of how that might actually impact on thinking and policy change. And I sort of say that also with sort of the background of the coronavirus still being top priority and so forth. When will it really sink in to sort of get down to it? So I might ask, start actually with Sven, and then Charles, and then Laurie.
All right, 3 quick points, if I may, in reverse order. On your last one, the psychological impact, in a way, judging by my own reactions, I remember being being absolutely shocked by the result of the Brexit referendum. And when later that same year Trump won the elections, it was already, less of a shock. And now people don't have space for more psychological shocks. So maybe the effect could be what Charles said, that it would stimulate the European capacity to take care of their own business. On your other question, Jeff, the effect on the European right, I'm not much of an expert to judge the effect on the domestic politics in individual states, though I would say it would not be so huge, but it could have an important impact, I think, on EU politics, because Trump has very consciously encouraged those governments that have issues with the EU and with the Commission, and that support, they would lose that. Those who have felt empowered because somehow Trump seems to have their back in Poland and Hungary, they would lose that, and I hope that would play a role. If I could quickly say a point on China again, I think if Trump would win, then there's a big chance that we would end up with a divided West if he would carry on his current policies, which are sort of, to some extent, rivalry for rivalry's sake. And I don't see the EU following that unless China would become much more explicitly aggressive, really, and would force us into that confrontation camp. Whereas if Biden wins, I think it's more open. Biden himself does not seem to be so specifically focused, not in a confrontational way on China, but I think you have a lot of voices in the Democrat camp whose position is not that different from what you hear from the Republicans on China, and then it would differ. So again, I'm not arguing that Europe should take a position of equidistance between the two. I'm arguing that we should think very carefully about our economic interest here, which is certainly not defended by Trump's China policy, and that we should define our relationship with China based on our assessment, even if it is partially contradictory to the American assessment. That does not exclude that we can cooperate. I mean, definitely we should, but then cooperate as equal partners, not cooperate in us aligning simply with whatever the U.S. position is. Cheers.
Yes, very quickly, Jeff. A Trump victory, I'm going to give you a Spanish perspective now mainly. A Trump victory would be a disaster for Spanish-US relations, which are already at an all-time low. According to our polls, let me quote the Elcano Royal Institute polls, because we conduct a major national poll every year. Trump has consistently been the least popular US president in living memory, and the least popular foreign statesman. We've always, the Pope and Angela Merkel always come top, and Trump and Putin are always right at the bottom. So basically, I mean, joking aside, what this would mean as I intimated earlier, would be that, you know, Spain, which is already the most Euro enthusiastic of the large member states, would become even more committed to the European project, even more favorable to European integration, ever closer union, etc. Given the dire impact of the pandemic on the Spanish economy, which is going to contract by 12% of GDP, so that's the worst, the most severely hit economy in Europe. You know, this would simply Europeanize Spanish public opinion and the Spanish government even more. Remember, we also happen to have the most left-wing government in Spain since democracy was restored in 1978, a coalition of socialist and, well, a left-wing populist party, if you will. So this would give them an added excuse to distance themselves from the Trump administration. The Trump defeat, I think, would be very interesting in Spanish domestic terms, because as we were discussing before the session started, the Spanish far-right Vox party, which only emerged in the last couple of years, and let me remind you, which won 15% of the vote in the election last year, is borrowing very heavily from the Trump narrative, if you like, in a very artificial and bizarre manner. I mentioned that there was a vote of no confidence in the Spanish parliament last week, and for the first time, the leader of this party referred to the Chinese virus and so on. You know, they simply go shopping and see what, you know, what part of the Trump narrative they can copy without having to rack their brains too much about what they're actually saying, I suppose. So what I'm saying is that the polls show that there's a very clear relationship between the perceptions of Trump and the rise of this far-right party. So Trump's defeat, I think, would help to deflate, in the Spanish case at least, this very new and potentially rather worrying far-right phenomenon.
So, I mean, I don't know enough about individual countries. What one can say is that the assumption that Trump and to a degree Brexit represented a populist wave that was going to engulf all of Europe turned out not to be true.
Absolutely.
Turned out very not to be true in Germany. It could revive, and revive for national fact reasons, not because of whether Trump's there or not. I mean, I think the Macron-Le Pen issue hasn't gone away, and Macron's not the most popular president himself. So I don't think Trump, anybody sees Trump, particularly in Europe, as a great exemplar of what to do, even if they pick up his rhetoric. But the issue of a right-wing challenge hasn't gone away, but it certainly hasn't taken off in the way that many commentators expected that it would. I mean, I think the effect of a Trump victory, I mean, has already been said, would be sort of psychologically devastating, I think. And I just don't think I don't think NATO could probably survive another 4 years of this, because it's not just. I mean, you always think with Trump, are we relieved or not that he's so inept? Because if he had any competence, the damage he could have done would have been even greater. But the ineptitude brings in, and incompetence brings in, dangers all of its own, as we've seen with COVID. Just think that there's a couple of points that just worth noting. First, the European leader he's spoken most often with is Erdogan. And whether this is because there's some Turkish hold in him or not, I don't know. It's always an assumption. But that will obviously be a shift, and obviously Turkey's, again, has overextended itself. Its economy is in a mess. So there's going to be, a big Turkish issue. But the general question of the relationship with authoritarian leaders, Orban being another, the most explicitly Trumpian of all European leaders is Orban. So there's going to be those sort of issues. I think there is an issue, and it's related to COVID, which hasn't gone away, as we keep on saying, and it's going to last well into the next year, one way or the other. And there's three big questions around COVID. First, as we keep on now, as we're really into a second wave in Europe, and including a lot of countries that thought they'd done really rather well in the first wave, the economic impact is going to be worse. And I think for the EU, that's going to be quite a challenge, because they did pretty well in putting together the package earlier in the year, but that's not going to be enough. So there's that issue. Secondly, there's the whole question of the vaccine. So here there's a link with the right, because the big issue of that sort of slightly nutty fringe, which isn't so much of a fringe, is an anti-vaccination campaign, bound up with a whole load of nonsense about it's only flu and it's just been built up by the elites in order to take away our freedoms and so on. That is the question of how you manage a vaccination campaign, getting everybody inoculated over the coming year, is going to be a big one. And that in itself, even if it's not disrupted by loads of campaigners refusing to have anything to do with vaccination, it's a long haul. I mean, I think there's somehow in people's minds the idea that as soon as we've got vaccinations approved, which may happen over the next few weeks, weeks will then go by, and very quickly we'll all be immune. It isn't going to be like that. It's a long rollout, and there's going to be big issues about who's got it, about different vaccines and their respective merits, and so on. So I think vaccination and economics are the next big stages of this pandemic crisis, and hopefully the Biden administration will be working much more closely with the WHO and other countries to help manage this process. But who gets the vaccination and when is going to be a big political issue, and it's going to start quite soon. I mean, in a way, hopefully it'll start quite soon. But once it starts, it's going to lead to a lot of frustrations.
Just one quick follow-up to the question of psychological shock. I was reading something earlier today from Eliassen posted in Foreign Affairs, and he said, quote, "A second Trump term would confirm what many have begun to fear: the shining city on a hill has grown dim, and American power is but a thing of the past." Now, leaving aside the whole shining city on a hill bit, I sort of get this impression that beforehand, with Trump in the first term, we can sort of stomach the 4 years, and then there's still that spark of light, or there's some sort of light in the background, of light of hope. But if Trump wins, before it was sort of a 4-year time span of, at the end of that 4 years, maybe something better will happen. Is it the case now that this is sort of the permanent cut? We're not thinking in terms of 4 years. This is much more of a permanent change in mentality. I'd just be curious about your views on that, if that's actually accurate or not, or are we still thinking in terms of one administration at a time?
Just one observation that I think for some time we've watched the polarization in American society, the violence, which is, I think, one of the things most people are worried about post November the 3rd. And the way that Trump has stirred this up, the kidnapping attempt on Governor Whitmer. There's lots of things that are quite scary. And the domestic agenda of Trump becomes really important in that. I think, normally there's sort of a slight moan that the presidents, are looking inward too much and not looking after their duties internationally. I think it's important, because of the importance of American democracy and the American model, which is still, just have to look at the importance of American technology firms and so on, and on social media and so on. We need the Americans to get their house in order. It hurts the rest of us if they don't. If Trump wins, they won't get their house in order. With Biden, I think there's some hope, but it's a long haul. I mean, just undoing some of the deregulation that's taking place on the environmental side, for example. There's an enormous legislative program ahead for Biden. So you hope this is sort of with one bound they were free sort of situation, and that the American democracy will save itself with a good vote for Biden. But there's an awful lot to be done, and I don't think we should be, I think we've got to encourage the Americans to get on with it, because as a model for how to run a modern industrial democracy, it is tarnished, and it's going to be tarnished for some time. Not to say that our countries are necessarily brilliant models either.
That's where I was going to start. You're absolutely right. I mean, we Europeans have a lot to be modest about these days, don't we? But having said that, I totally agree. One of the things that struck me when we did a poll to try and see what it was that Spaniards objected to most about Trump, and it wasn't his rejection of multilateralism, it wasn't his attitude to climate change. Interestingly, it was xenophobia, homophobia, and attitude to social inequality. This has become a very egalitarian society, and Spain legalized same-sex marriages. Was one of the first European countries to do so. So, Spaniards find this totally unacceptable, almost regardless of their ideology. And this struck me because what it points to, I think, is that there is increasingly this perception that the US is just not a very attractive society, not a very attractive model that Europeans should or could look up to. I suppose Harvard and Hollywood is what it still boils down to, plus Silicon Valley. But even Silicon Valley, of course, is now suspect because of the excesses of the digital era and social media and so on. So yes, I agree. This may be terminal in many ways. And of course, it largely depends on what we think this is all a product of. If we basically agree that Trump's election was essentially the reaction of certain social groups in American society to their perception of American decline, or some aspects of American decline, then, as Lawrence was saying, a Biden victory ain't going to fix it.
Maybe to pick up from that, I mean, I'm Belgian. I'm very careful to criticize any other country's domestic politics. But I think for the EU, I mean, if the US can elect somebody like once, they can elect somebody again, even if he's not re-elected now, but somebody like that could well be re-elected in the future. So that is something that we have taken into account. But the other point I wanted to make is that, in the end, what is the American project for the world? There is no clear positive project. Huh? What used to be the project has lost its gloss. The free market, free trade, and so on clearly does not solve all of our problems. There is, of course, the human rights discourse, but I think it has also come to be applied too selectively, right? And there's maybe too often self-interest behind it. So, what is America about? Why would one volunteer to join the American side, so to say? Most of the projects that we feel now are negative. They're against this, that, and the other. But what's the positive American project? I don't see that. But I'm afraid that we in Europe too, that we probably don't realize how much credibility we've lost because of the Corona crisis. I mean, my husband is Taiwanese, and he is looking with amazement at how totally incompetent the states, supposedly the best organized states in the world, are you could say, okay, the first wave, we were surprised. But even so, I remember people here in Belgium still thinking as the virus was dumping into Italy, oh, well, that's Italy. It won't reach here. But there's absolutely no excuse for being swamped again by the second wave. And the idea that after this we'll go around the world finger wagging again, telling other people that we know better how to organize their countries, is, I'm afraid, slightly silly. And we will probably just have to learn how to be modest for some time to come. Luckily, that's the one thing that Belgians are good at.
I wanted to end this on a Belgian note, so thank you very much indeed for that last point. So as we're now approaching 10 minutes to 8, I think I will draw this workshop to a close. We've covered an enormous amount of ground over the last 5 hours, and I'm quite certain that we will all take away from this event a more informed perspective about what we can look forward to as far as the future of American foreign policy is concerned, and potentially European reactions as well, especially over the next year or so. Not only as the U.S. transitions potentially into a second Trump term or a first term for Joe Biden, again, this broader issue about how the rest of the world reacts to that. And I'm sort of personally very interested in this, having suffered my own psychological shock back in 2016. Then, of course, also seeing at the same time political leaders across the world more or less just getting, getting on the phone with Trump and trying to work out some sort of relationship, and basically whether life just goes on even after the even after a potential shock on the 3rd of November. So I would like to thank you very much for all of your comments, Lori, Charles, Sven. It's been absolutely brilliant, and I look forward to continuing the discussion, especially after the 3rd of November, to see how correct or incorrect all our ideas about this absolutely monumental topic is concerned. So thank you very much, and I would like to thank everybody else for joining us this afternoon and evening, and I look forward to, again, keeping in touch, and we will, in the coming weeks, be announcing further events for the next year, for our seminar series for the next year. So I look forward for many of you to join us for that. So thank you very much. Stay safe, and hopefully I'll see you soon, ideally in person.